Chapter 4197. With the true Dragon Emperor's cultivation base, he was definitely not a match for Qianyu, the #1 Divine Lord in the heavenly divine realm. However, the true Dragon Emperor had triggered Gu Fei's power. In this case, it wouldn't be easy for Qianyu to kill the true Dragon Emperor. Preposterous. Qianyu was shocked and furious to see that the true Dragon Emperor had not only reformed his primordial spirit, but also his physical body. Moreover, the true Dragon Divine Fire had turned his clones into smoke. Die! The true Dragon Emperor roared and pounced towards Qianyu. Both of his hands turned into dragon claws as he slashed towards Qianyu. The void was as fragile as a thin piece of paper under his dragon claws. How is this possible? Qianyu was shocked. The true Dragon Emperor's battle prowess had increased to a level where he could threaten him. How did Gu Fei do it? Gu Fei's technique had shocked Qianyu to the extreme. Swoosh! Qianyu moved and retreated. His body moved rapidly in the void, leaving behind a series of afterimages. The true Dragon Emperor's dragon claws tore the afterimages apart and chased after Qianyu. Violent energy was released from his body, causing the void to tremble. At that moment, the Nine-Death Hierarch activated the mountain and river diagram with all his might. The Extreme Path Saint item did not awaken and only revealed a trace of its aura. The Extreme Path Saint item was not something that the Nine-Death Hierarch could use. However, even a strand of the mountain-river diagram's aura was enough to suppress the entire heavens and earth, causing Qianyu to be unable to escape. This diagram, Qianyu had been in the heavenly divine realm for countless years. He had started his cultivation earlier than the other two magnates. However, he had never seen such a treasure diagram that could suppress the universe. Could it be that Gu Fei is from the upper realm? Qianyu's heart was in turmoil as he thought about it. Qianyu naturally knew about the existence of the upper realm. The upper realm was a higher realm than the heavenly divine realm. That world was the cultivation goal of countless cultivators in the heavenly god realm. Everyone wanted to cultivate to the hierarch realm, then shatter the void and enter the upper realm. However, from ancient times until now, there were not many living beings who could cultivate to become a divine venerable. Especially after the Dark Ages, it became harder for the heavenly god realm to produce a divine venerable. Even among the god emperors, for tens of thousands of years, there was only one Wang Xuanji. Boom! Bam! Muffled sounds of collisions rang out continuously. The true Dragon Emperor and Qianyu continued to clash against each other. Violent energy rippled out in all directions, engulfing the heavens and the earth. If it weren't for the mountain and river diagram stabilizing the space between heaven and earth, an area of tens of thousands of miles would have been reduced to ruins. One had to realize that this was a battle between god lords. The Dark Knight Emperor stared at Qianyu, who was in the midst of a great battle. He tightened his grip on the heaven-shattering axe. He was waiting for an opportunity to kill Qianyu in a single blow. On the heaven-shattering axe, there were divine runes faintly appearing and intertwining. A powerful force burst out from the axe in the Dark Knight Emperor's hand. The entire void was trembling. The battle strength that the true Dragon Emperor had displayed was not his own strength. After a series of fierce attacks, he was sent flying by Qianyu's punch. The true Dragon Emperor's blood rained down from the sky. Now, two beams of dazzling divine light shot out from the Dark Knight Emperor's eyes. In the next moment, the heaven-shattering axe in his hand turned into an immortal divine light and slashed at Qianyu. Whoosh! Wherever the divine light passed, blood splattered. Half of his body was split open by the divine light, and he was almost split in half. Nine Death's Deity Fist. Nine Death's Deity made his move upon seeing this. A violent destructive fist force landed on Qianyu's body. In the next moment, Qianyu screamed in pain as he was blasted into a bloody mist by Nine Death's Deity's punch. He's still not dead? Nine Death's Deity sneered. Boss, Master wants him alive. The Dark Knight Emperor said to Nine Death's Deity. What? Hearing this, Nine Death's Deity's expression changed. They knew that Gu Fei had also planted a restrictive technique on Qianyu. If Gu Fei wanted to kill Qianyu, he could do it effortlessly with a single thought. However, Gu Fei wanted him alive. Whoosh! The Dark Knight Emperor made his move again. A beam of black light shot out from hell toward Qian Yu's primordial spirit. Didn't you say that Master wants him alive? Seeing this, Nine Deaths deity quickly blocked the Dark Knight Emperor's beam of death deity. Let's beat this guy half to death first. The Dark Knight Emperor explained. Hearing this, Nine Deaths deity was speechless. If they accidentally killed this guy, they would be punished by Gu Fei when they returned. Forget it. Let's kill him first. Nine Deaths deity immediately made his move and knocked Qian Yu's primordial spirit away. All of you move aside. Let me do it. At this moment, an old voice was heard. Then, a guy rushed over from afar and grabbed Qian Yu's primordial spirit. Seeing this, Nine Deaths deity and the Dark Knight Emperor almost went crazy. They almost cursed when they saw the fat meat that was about to be in their mouths flying away. However, when they saw that guy, they immediately swallowed the words they wanted to say. It was as if they had swallowed a fly. Greetings, old ancestor Jotian. Nine Deaths deity and the others quickly bowed to the newcomer. I want this guy's primordial spirit. Do you have any objections? Old ancestor Jotian glanced at Nine Deaths deity and the others and said indifferently, No objections, no objections. Nine Deaths deity and the others quickly said. They did not dare to have any objections. This guy was old ancestor Jotian, who was even more powerful than the three magnates of the heaven god world. Even the three magnates did not dare to act presumptuously in front of him. If you have no objections, I'll take my leave. Old ancestor Jotian waved his sleeve and soared into the sky, disappearing into the void. This, Nine Deaths deity and the others looked at each other. They were unwilling and angry, but there was nothing they could do. Old ancestor Jotian's fist was stronger than theirs. Damn it! The true Dragon Emperor was furious. They were fighting Qian Yu with their lives on the line, just as they were about to capture Qian Yu, who knew that this old fellow would jump out and directly take away Qian Yu's primordial spirit. Sigh. What a waste of effort. Nine Death Divine Venerate was also displeased, but he didn't dare to challenge Patriarch Jotian with his cultivation base. The Dark Knight Emperor did not say anything. Let's go back. Nine Deaths deity waved his hand and put away the mountain and river diagram in the sky. Then, he took a step and disappeared into the void. The Dark Knight Emperor and the true Dragon Emperor looked at each other and disappeared into the void at the same time. Boom. After the three experts left, the area within a radius of 10,000 miles turned into dust. The entire ground sank thousands of feet, and countless living beings died. The entire barbaric mountains were almost destroyed. Who did this? Many experts were startled and came to check. They were all shocked to see this scene. Is it old ancestor Jotian's work? Someone said. Old ancestor Jotian's appearance shocked the world. This god ancestor had destroyed many powerful clans. Wherever he went, blood flowed like a river. Although Gu Fei was old ancestor Jotian's master, he did not care about him because he would leave the heaven divine realm one day later. Moreover, old ancestor Jotian did not attack the human clan. Gu Fei had made it clear that he would kill anyone who dared to attack the human clan. Even a supreme existence like God Ancestor Jotian did not dare to show any dissatisfaction, because their lives were in Gu Fei's hands. The survival of the human clan was what Gu Fei cared about. Time is almost up. These guys are so useless. They can't even capture Qian Yu. On the peak of incipient God Mountain, Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on a boulder, suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, a figure descended from the sky and landed in front of Gu Fei. Greetings, master. An old man knelt down on the ground. Looks like you're quite capable. Gu Fei looked at the old man and said. This old man was old ancestor Jotian. Master, Qian Yu's origin soul is here. Old ancestor Jotian released Qian Yu's origin soul. Master, please spare my life. Qian Yu's origin soul immediately begged Gu Fei for mercy. Haha, spare you? Gu Fei laughed when he heard this. He hated betrayal the most in his life. There was only one way to deal with traitors, and that was to kill. Master, I don't know what I did wrong to make you so angry. Master, please spare me this time. Qian Yu begged. All right, I'll let you go, Gu Fei suddenly said with a smile. Thank you, master, for sparing my life." Qian Yu was overjoyed. "How about I let you bathe in the purgatory divine fire?" Gu Fei said. "What?" Qian Yu was scared out of his wits. "Master, I'll suppress him in the purgatory divine fire and refine his soul for 10,000 years," God Ancestor Jutian said immediately. "That's it." Gu Fei nodded. "No, Master, you can't do this to me. Please kill me." Qian Yu was really scared. The pain of refining one's soul was the worst thing in the world. Qian Yu would rather die than endure it. "Kill you? That'll be too easy on you. Just enjoy the taste of purgatory," Gu Fei said and waved his hand to dismiss God Ancestor Jutian. God Ancestor Jutian left with Qian Yu's origin soul. "It's time to leave." Gu Fei looked up at the sky. At this moment, a divine flame suddenly appeared in the sky. Gu Fei was shocked when he saw the fire. With a wave of his hand, the flame landed in his hand. In the next moment, a figure appeared in the divine fire. "Father, save me." Ling Er. Chapter 4198. It's a bloodline message. What happened to Ling Er? Why did she send me a message to ask for help? Gu Fei could not stay calm. Gu Ling was his only daughter. He had given her the human emperor divine mace to protect her when she stepped on the ancient road of the human tribe. Could someone threaten Ling Er with the protection of the human emperor divine mace? At this time, the bloodline flame on Gu Fei's right palm was throbbing. Within the flame, the young girl's anxious and helpless expression made Gu Fei's heart tighten. "Ling Er, I'll kill everyone who dares to touch my Ling Er." Gu Fei gritted his teeth and said, "Master." At that moment, Wang Xuanji, Wang Xian, and Emperor God Mo Yuan, who were waiting by the side, were shocked. They had never seen their master so furious before. "Human world. I want to go back to the human world." Gu Fei abruptly stood up from the boulder. "Pass on my order. Heaven Lord Ju will control the heaven to divine realm. Nine Death Divine Master, Emperor Dark Knight, Emperor True Dragon, and Wang Xuanji will help. Whoever dares to disobey will be killed," Gu Fei said sternly. His voice was transmitted into the ears of everyone present. "Yes, Master." Everyone on the peak of incipient God Mountain knelt down before Gu Fei. At this moment, Emperor Dark Knight, Nine Death Divine Master, and Emperor True Dragon had not returned. However, Gu Fei was anxious to return. He didn't want to wait any longer. He wasn't worried that these fellows would cause trouble after he left. After all, he had placed a forbidden technique on these fellows. Their lives depended on their whims. Buzz. Gu Fei then took out the myriad world wheel. An ancient aura that seemed to come from a primitive world spread out from the myriad world wheel. The so-called invincible giants in the heaven divine realm had never seen a supreme Tao artifact like the universal world wheel. It was the number one Tao artifact in the ancestral realm. The aura emitted from the wheel of heavens and myriad realms made God Ancestor Jotian and the others extremely terrified, and their souls trembled. The universal world wheel could connect to the heaven punishment realm. The human world was also one of the universal world wheel. Gu Fei could use it to reincarnate to the human world. However, Gu Fei knew very well that he would have to pay a huge price if he wanted to utilize the universal world cycle to enter the mortal dimension. However, it didn't matter how huge the price was. It was impossible for Gu Fei not to save his daughter. Furthermore, Zhao Hao, Ming Long, and Yin Er were all together with Gu Ling. They had stepped on the human ancient road together. Zhao Hao was the nephew of Zhao Zairu of the Zhao family in the heaven realm, and Yin Er was Gu Ling's disciple. Both of them had heaven-defying constitutions. Although Ming Long did not have a heaven-defying physique, he had an indomitable will to charge forward. This was why Gu Fei admired Ming Long so much. He saw himself in Ming Long when he was cultivating at Taishin Mountain. Back then, wasn't he also a crippled person who was regarded as useless by the disciples of the sect? Now, those who laughed at him and looked down on him were all dead. Even his opponent, Dongfang Chun, had been dead for a long time. Of course, the Dongfang family still existed. At this moment, all the living beings in the heavenly god realm felt an aura that wasn't very strong, but it was above everything. Countless living beings were terrified to the extreme. Master really came from the upper world. God Ancestor Ju looked at the peak of incipient God Mountain in fear. He had just sent Qian Yu's primordial spirit into purgatory to be tortured. As soon as the universal world wheel appeared, the entire heaven divine realm trembled. Even the heavenly way was suppressed. In this world, nothing could compete with the universal world wheel. Brat, what do you want? A figure suddenly rushed out from Gu Fei's body. It was a disheveled old man. Seeing a person suddenly rush out from Gu Fei's body, the giants of the heaven divine realm at the peak of incipient God Mountain were all dumbfounded. I want to go back to the human realm. Gu Fei looked at the disheveled old man and said, this disheveled old man was the god of the mountain and river cauldron. As soon as the universal world wheel appeared, this guy was alarmed. Gu Fei's supreme Tao treasures had always been with him. Even though the primogenitor had sent him into the cycle of reincarnation, his supreme Tao treasures were still with him. However, with Gu Fei's current cultivation, it was really difficult for him to use the supreme Tao artifacts. Go back to the human realm? The disheveled old man looked up at the universal world wheel in the sky and then looked at Gu Fei. The disheveled old man shook his head and said, given your current cultivation, if you force yourself to use the universal world wheel, your vitality will be greatly damaged. If worst comes to worst, your cultivation will disappear, and you might even lose your life. I have to go back. Gu Fei was very determined. Are you crazy? The disheveled old man stared at Gu Fei and said in a deep voice. Gu Fei did not say anything. Sigh. It's a pity that I can't help you. Do as you see fit. With that, the disheveled old man turned into a divine light and rushed into Gu Fei's body. The mountain and river cauldron was a supreme Tao Saint artifact, and the universal world wheel was known as the #1 supreme Tao artifact in the primogenitor world. Naturally, the universal world wheel would not be controlled by the mountain and river cauldron, which was also a supreme Tao artifact. Without hesitation, Gu Fei channeled his mystic technique. The wheel of worlds in the sky moved, and an even stronger aura spread out from the wheel of worlds in the sky. Countless cracks appeared on the wheel of worlds in the sky. The wheel of heavens and realms was not a complete supreme Tao artifact. It was definitely not an easy task to repair this supreme Tao artifact. Countless cracks appeared on the wheel of heavens and myriad worlds. This shocked Gu Fei. It wasn't an easy task to repair this supreme saint artifact. At that moment, Gu Fei spat a mouthful of fresh blood towards the universal world wheel. The next moment, the wheel of heavens and realms began to vibrate. Divine inscriptions appeared on the wheel of heavens and realms, and each rune was a world. At that moment, the universal world wheel's vitality was being devoured by the universal world wheel from afar. Although it was only for a few breaths, he could not hold on much longer. It was especially so when the power contained within the eternal true bone on his chest was being devoured by the universal world wheel. So what if his vitality was greatly damaged? Gu Fei gritted his teeth and held on bitterly. At that moment, new runes appeared continuously on the universal world wheel. However, there was still no human realm or the coordinates of the human realm. At that moment, a third of Gu Fei's powerful vitality had been devoured by the universal world wheel. Just as he was about to collapse, his eyes suddenly lit up. I finally found it. Chapter 4199. At the peak of the incipient God Mountain, Gu Fei used the wheel of all heavens and realms to open a passage between the heavenly realm and the human realm. He wanted to return to the human realm to save his beloved daughter. Gu Ling actually used her bloodline to ask him for help. In order to save his daughter, nothing could stop him from returning to the human realm. Whether it was in the heavenly realm or the human realm, he had many enemies. Those people couldn't do anything to him, so they targeted his daughter. It was really despicable. After so many years, Gu Ling's cultivation must have improved greatly. She also had the Supreme Emperor Divine Mace to protect her. The person who could put her in such a desperate situation, even if it wasn't a supreme, was most likely a half-step supreme. Moreover, the human realm had the power of heavenly punishment. The power of heavenly punishment could kill supreme masters. Therefore, the possibility of a supreme master appearing in the human realm was very low. For a moment, Gu Fei couldn't think of anyone who had the guts to attack his daughter. Thinking of this, Gu Fei wanted to return to the human realm even more. Boom! Gu Fei directly activated the Wheel of All Heavens and Realms. The moment the Wheel of All Heavens and Realms was activated, 80% of his cultivation was instantly absorbed by the Wheel of All Heavens and Realms. A mouthful of blood spurted out from Gu Fei's mouth. He had suffered a great impact from this. His cultivation was not enough. The Wheel of All Heavens and Realms was the #1 Supreme Tao artifact in the ancestral realm. To activate this Supreme Tao artifact, the price to pay was too high. Gu Fei didn't stop and continued to attack. The experts on the peak of the mountain were all stunned when they saw this scene. The wheel in the sky gradually rotated and slowly turned into a black hole. A spatial passage to the human realm was gradually formed. However, the power needed to maintain such a passage was too great. With Gu Fei's cultivation, he naturally couldn't bear it. However, he could attract the power of heaven and earth for his own use. With a thought, Gu Fei's powerful divine sense immediately rushed out from his body and instantly enveloped a region of 1,000,000 miles. In the next moment, the boundless spiritual chi of heaven and earth frantically gathered towards him. Shortly after, a massive vortex of spiritual chi appeared on the peak of incipient God Mountain. Beams of light that naked eyes could see came from a distance and entered Gu Fei's body. The incipient mountain was the core of the heavenly God realm. The heaven and earth spirit energy gathered here was much more than anywhere else in the heavenly God realm. However, with Gu Fei's absorption, the heavenly God realm's ancestral land's heaven-earth spirit chi was continuously drained away. Very soon, the level of the spirit chi here fell to a level where it was inferior to that of an ordinary spiritual land. God Ancestor Jotian and the others were shocked. Was Master trying to steal the power of the heavens? Relying on the boundless spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the heavenly God realm's ancestral land, the myriad world wheel revolved continuously. Finally, with a muffled sound, the myriad world wheel stopped revolving, and a stable spatial passageway appeared in front of Gu Fei. All right. Haha. Gu Fei burst into laughter. Cough, cough. After laughing for a while, Gu Fei started coughing. Blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth. However, he stared at the pitch-black spatial passageway in the sky with determination in his eyes. It's time to go back. Although he had paid a huge price, such as his eternal real bone becoming dim and his cultivation almost dissipating, Gu Fei still thought that it was worth it. This was the moment when he was at his weakest. On the peak of incipient God Mountain, some people looked at Gu Fei maliciously. Oh, I forgot to tell you that the restrictive spell I cast on you is a little strange. If I die, your bodies and souls will be destroyed as well. Gu Fei looked at the experts of the heavenly God realm who were lying on the ground and said, "What? True Dragon Emperor, Dark Knight Emperor, Death Supremacy," and the others paled instantly. How could there be such a restrictive spell in this world? They couldn't believe it, but they didn't dare to take the risk. It should be known that they only had one life. If they died, everything would be over. Only by staying alive could they have a chance to get rid of Gu Fei's control. Take good care of this world for me. After saying that, Gu Fei walked toward the spatial passageway in the sky. Step by step, he ascended to the sky and entered the spatial passageway without looking back. Then, he disappeared inside. Buzz. Right after Gu Fei entered the spatial passageway, the universal realm wheel buzzed. A moment later, it disappeared into the void. The spatial passageway disappeared together with the universal realm wheel. Master, left just like that? Everyone was shocked by what had just happened. Everything was too unreal, as if they were in a dream. Master left, but he will come back, Death Supremacy said emotionlessly. The heavenly God realm didn't change much because of Gu Fei's departure. It was still controlled by the magnates. However, the current magnates had changed. God Ancestor Ju didn't care about the external affairs. The three magnates were the Death Supremacy, the Dark Knight Emperor, and the True Dragon Emperor. Human World, East Region, Wanxiang City. Ever since Gu Fei left, the city wasn't peaceful anymore. Demons attacked from time to time. Dongfang family and the Zhao family of the antiquity were also eyeing the city. Taishui Daoist, the city lord of Wanxiang City, was having a headache recently. Without Gu Fei, he was the only one here. Facing the pressure from all sides, he didn't even have time to cultivate. City Lord, the Zhao family sent people here again. This time, they want us to cede 15 cities. This is too much. An angry voice came from the palace of the City Lord. Yes, the people from the Dongfang family are here too. They want 10 cities. An old man in the main hall said, Humph. When Master is here, these guys don't even dare to fart. Now that Master is not here, they are getting more and more presumptuous. Tai Shui Daoist said coldly, What should we do? Should we inform Master Qing? A middle-aged scholar in cyan clothes said with a feather fan in his hand. He was the military advisor of Wanxiang City, Zhuge Liang. Only Tai Shui Daoist and Zhuge Liang were left out of the 13 bandits in the human world. The Master Qing they mentioned was Gu Fei's brother, Shaoqing. Now, Shaoqing had become a big shot in the human world. He was the holy lord of the demon race. Shaoqing had made a name for himself in the human world. How can we ask Master Qing for help every time? Tai Shui Daoist shook his head. If it wasn't for Shaoqing, their Wanxiang City would have been destroyed. Zhao family and Dongfang family were afraid of Gu Fei. However, the demons weren't afraid of Gu Fei. Recently, there were rumors that a great demon was born in the northernmost land. When is Master coming back? Tai Shui Daoist felt that he couldn't hold it anymore. Chapter 4200. In the mortal realm, outside of the sky ruins, the 5 great regions of the mortal realm were embroiled in constant war. The various powers fought against each other, causing countless lives to be lost. It was as though there was a dark hand in the underworld pushing everything. Humans, demons, immortals, beastmen, demonic ancestors, and even the undead spirits all came out to cause trouble. The entire mortal realm seemed to have returned to the dark times of ancient times. At this moment, in a certain vast plain in the eastern domain, banners fluttered in the wind as the neighing of horses could be heard. The eastern sage royal lord of the human race personally led his troops into battle against the beast emperor of the demonic beasts. The human army was so vast that one couldn't see the end of it with a single glance. Each and every one of them was clad in thick armor and wielded a battle spear in their hands, radiating an intense battle intent. The war chariot of the eastern sage royal lord floated in the air, glowing with boundless golden light, resembling a golden divine sun that illuminated the heavens and earth. The 800,000 imperial guards of the eastern sage royal lord came out in full force. Isn't he afraid that someone would raid his base? In the air, silhouettes could be seen. The battle between the eastern sage royal dynasty and the Wanshou country had alarmed many experts, and many of them came here to spectate. In fact, there were even those from the evil path who came over to collect Yin souls to refine their evil treasures. One must know that after this battle, regardless of humans or beastmen, there would be countless casualties. Such a large number of Yin souls was sufficient for those from the evil path to refine a pretty good treasure. Compared to the eastern sage royal lord's army, the formation of the Wanshou country's army was much more chaotic. However, the eastern sage royal lord didn't dare to underestimate the over 100,000 armored barbaric bulls at the very front. These armored barbaric bulls had thick skin and thick flesh. Ordinary weapons would find it hard to break through their scales. Each of them was akin to a small moving mountain. Even cultivators would be injured if they were rammed by these armored barbaric bulls. The Wanshou country used over 100,000 armored barbaric bulls as the vanguard, and behind them were the fire-breathing beasts. These fire-breathing beasts could spit out fireballs to kill their opponents. Other than the armored barbaric bulls and fire-breathing beasts, the Wanshou country also had an aerial force, the wyverns. These wyverns were actually gigantic lizards with wings. The Wanshou Empire's battle formation was not set up casually. Behind the fire-breathing beasts was the Beast Emperor's war chariot. This chariot was no ordinary chariot. It was made entirely of bronze and was adorned with countless skulls. Yes, they were human skulls, and there were dozens of them. These were all powerful existences that had been killed by the Beast Emperor. The Beast Emperor had a habit of collecting the skulls of its opponents. Fight, fight, fight. The 800,000 soldiers of the Eastern Sage Army roared in unison, their voices shaking the heavens and earth. All the soldiers felt their blood boiling. This battle would determine the fate of the Eastern Sage Empire. Of course, this battle would also decide the fate of the Wanshou country. If they lost, the country would be destroyed. If they won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Roar! The million beast soldiers of the Wanshou country were not to be outdone, roaring out in unison. A terrifying aura burst forth from the Wanshou country battle formation, causing the skies to change color. The people from the Eastern world don't seem to be here. I don't see those old beasts of the beast race appearing either. The experts spectating the battle from afar discussed. Behind the Eastern Sage Empire was the Dongfang aristocrat clan, while behind the Wanshou country was the beast race. Regardless of the Dongfang aristocrat clan or the beast race, both were the strongest powers in the eastern region. Kill! At this moment, the Eastern Sage Royal Lord roared in rage. The sword in his hand abruptly pointed forward, and in the next instant, the 800,000 Imperial Guards of the Eastern Sage Empire charged towards the Wanshou country battle formation like a tidal wave. Kill! The Beast Emperor of the Wanshou country also roared in rage. He waved the spiked mace in his hand, and the hundreds of thousands of armored barbarian bulls instantly rushed forward. The sound of their hooves stomping on the ground echoed with thunderous rumbling sounds, causing dust to billow up into the air as the entire earth trembled. In the next instant, behind the armored barbarian bulls, countless fireballs soared up into the skies, blasting towards the Eastern Sage army. The 800,000 human soldiers raised their shields at the same time. The divine light from the shields merged together as a gigantic barrier of light enveloped all the soldiers. Boom! The first fireball landed on the barrier of light, instantly exploding apart. However, the barrier didn't budge in the slightest. After that, countless fireballs rained down from the skies, enveloping the entire human formation. The temperature of the surroundings instantly soared. With the protection of the barrier, although the human formation seemed to have fallen into a sea of fire, in reality, it wasn't damaged at all. Boom! At this moment, the sound of a heavy collision rang out. The first armored barbarian bull smashed ruthlessly into the advancing shields, directly exploding its head as it died. At the forefront of the human army's battle formation were thick shields that were 3 meters tall and had sharp spikes on them. Each of the shields weighed 5,000 kilograms. Although there were wheels underneath them, it would take more than 10 warriors to move them at the same time. Those war soldiers were no ordinary war soldiers. Rather, they were all cultivators with cultivation bases. Naturally, these soldiers couldn't be immortal ranked soldiers, but they weren't too far from it. One must know that these were the strongest soldiers of the Eastern Sage Empire. These generals were all immortal ranked soldiers. There was even Shan King, and the Eastern Sage Imperial Lord was a quasi-saint. At this moment, the sounds of collisions rang out as numerous armored barbarian bulls rushed over with no regard for their lives, causing the shields to tremble violently. Some of the soldiers were even flung backwards from the impact. Boom! All of a sudden, a shield was smashed into smithereens as a barbarian bull that was even larger and stronger than ordinary armored barbarian bulls directly rushed into the battle formation. Kill! The surrounding soldiers instantly surrounded the barbarian bull as they ruthlessly stabbed their spears towards it. Clang! A soldier's spear pierced into the body of the barbarian bull, causing sparks to fly in all directions. The spear only left a white mark on the barbarian bull's scales. What? That soldier was badly startled. That spear strike earlier felt as though it had struck divine steel. Not only was it unable to break through the barbarian bull's scales, it even caused a slight pain in his hand. Moo! With a single charge, the barbarian bull directly knocked over 10 soldiers into the air. Its horn even pierced through the chest of one of the soldiers, causing him to be flung into the air. Disperse, let me handle it. At this moment, a general strode out. He pulled out the saber at his waist, and with a swing of his saber, he sliced the charging armored bull in half. And at this moment, the human army clashed with the beastmen army. Both sides fought with their lives on the line, and countless beasts died. However, The human army also suffered heavy casualties. Chapter 4201. In the eastern region of the mortal world, the armies of the Eastern Sage Empire and the Wanshou country were having a decisive battle in the eastern desolate plains. The Emperor of the Eastern Sage Empire personally led an army of 800,000 elites, wanting to destroy the Wanshou country. However, the Wanshou country wasn't a force to be trifled with. The Beast Emperor of the Wanshou country sent out 1,000,000 beastly soldiers, wanting to crush the 800,000-strong army of the Eastern Sage Empire, adding the Wanshou country into their territory. Regardless of the Eastern Sage Imperial Lord or the Wanshou country's Beast Emperor, both of them were overlords of an area, possessing incomparably powerful combat prowess. Eastern Sage Imperial Lord, prepare to die. The Beast Emperor roared in rage, directly driving his war chariot towards the Eastern Sage Imperial Lord. An intense, baleful aura gushed forth from the Beast Emperor. Good timing. Let me slay the Beast Emperor with a single sword strike. I'll use your Beast Emperor's blood as a sacrifice for my divine sword. The Eastern Sage Imperial Lord roared as he directly attacked. A resplendent beam of sword light shot out from the Eastern Sage Imperial Lord's hand, directly slashing towards the Beast Emperor. Haha, you want to kill me? You don't have that ability. The Beast Emperor laughed uproariously. However, a pitch-black beast claw directly slammed out from the war chariot, directly dissipating the sword light before continuing on towards the Eastern Sage Imperial Lord. Heaven-severing sword. The Eastern Sage Imperial Lord gritted his teeth and directly unleashed his trump card. Shwa. The sword light flashed quickly in the void. In the next moment, the beast claw that was attacking him also dissipated in the void under the sword light. Blood splattered everywhere as the Beast Emperor screamed in agony, directly rushing out from his war chariot. In the next instant, his war chariot was actually split into two. The Beast Emperor was defeated? Just when the Eastern Sage Imperial Lord was about to attack again, a black hole appeared in the skies. After that, a figure fell out from the black hole. The Eastern Sage Imperial Lord was shocked when he saw this. That figure directly fell from the skies, and with a rumbling sound, he directly smashed into the battlefield below. In the next instant, the earth trembled as dust rose up into the air. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, everyone, including the beastmen, were directly flung away as a huge crater appeared on the ground. What? Everyone who was watching the battle from afar was shocked by this sudden scene. At this time, the guy who fell from the sky walked out of the big pit on the ground. It's a human. Kill. A beast general roared as he took a huge step forward and smashed his hammer down on that person's head. That was a bronze hammer the size of a watermelon. If he was hit, he would be smashed into pieces. However, that person didn't seem to know what was happening. He stood there swaying as if he was about to fall. When the big bronze hammer came crashing down, he was looking around in confusion. Clang! The hammer in the beast general's hand smashed fiercely into the man's head, causing a muffled sound to ring out. The hammer in the beast general's hand was sent flying, and his hand was shattered. What? The people who witnessed this scene were all stunned, especially the beast general. He was very clear about the power of his hammer. Even a small mountain would be smashed to pieces. However, when the copper hammer hit the man's head, it did not hurt him at all. Where's this place? As if he didn't know that he had just been hit on the head, the man's confused eyes gradually cleared up. Human world. I'm finally back, haha. That person suddenly laughed out loud. He was Gu Fei, who had just returned from the Heaven God world. At this time, Gu Fei was in an extremely sorry state. His entire body was covered in dust, his hair was messy like a bird's nest, and his clothes were tattered. Some parts of his body were even stained with blood. Roar! Just then, the beast general in front of Gu Fei roared and smashed his hammer at him with all his might. These bronze hammers were the tools that made this beast general famous. You're asking for death. Gu Fei reached out with his right hand and grabbed the incoming bronze hammer. With a bam! The bronze hammer that was bigger than a watermelon was destroyed just like that. The beast general was dumbfounded. Bam! At this time, Gu Fei kicked the beast general and sent him flying. In an instant, more than a dozen warriors were smashed to the ground. Swoosh! At this moment, a beam of divine light descended from the sky and pierced through Gu Fei. The beast emperor was attacking, and his wounds were healing rapidly. Within the beam of light was a battle spear. Gu Fei furrowed his brows and casually waved his hand, sending the spear flying out. At this moment, the skies suddenly darkened. The air force of the Wanshou country had finally made their move. Numerous pterosaurs descended from the skies, snatching away the soldiers on the ground. Kill. The Eastern Sage Royal Lord was both shocked and enraged when he saw this. He directly took out the sword he had cultivated his entire life, and the sword instantly transformed into countless beams of sword light. The sword light shot up the skies, and the pterosaurs in the skies all fell down like dumplings. Eastern Sage Royal Lord, I will kill you. The Beast Emperor's eyes turned red when he saw the Eastern Sage Royal Lord slaughtering his own people. He wanted to fight to the death with the Eastern Sage Royal Lord. However, the Eastern Sage Royal Lord had no intentions of fighting to the death with him. Incomparably sharp beams of sword light shot out unceasingly from his hands. Each beam of sword light tore through the air, slashing towards the Beast Emperor. The Beast Emperor roared in rage, and his body trembled violently as a protective barrier of light appeared around him. Countless beams of sword light slammed into the barrier of light, causing it to tremble violently. However, it didn't break through. At this moment, a silhouette dashed up from the ground and punched out at the Beast Emperor. His fist easily penetrated the barrier of light and landed on the Beast Emperor's chest. In the next instant, the sound of bones breaking rang out from the Beast Emperor's body. His entire chest caved in from the impact, and his chest was pressed against his back. The Beast Emperor stared at Gu Fei in disbelief. He didn't even manage to say a single word before his entire body exploded, transforming into a mist of blood. The Eastern Sage Royal Lord couldn't help but be extremely shocked when he saw this. Killing the Beast Emperor with a single punch. The Beast Emperor was a quasi-paragon, a hegemon of an entire region. How could he be killed by a single punch? The spectators all felt as though they were in a dream. This was too surreal. Gu Fei returned to the human world and killed the Beast Emperor with a single punch. In order to return to the human world, he paid a heavy price. His original cultivation base was almost crippled, and the him now only had the eternal true bone. If he encountered a true saint, he would truly be in for a ride of misfortune. Given his current cultivation base, he could already contend against a quasi-saint. Attacking me consecutively, do you think I'm easy to bully? After killing the Beast Emperor with a single punch, Gu Fei dusted his hands and directly flew towards the Eastern Sage Royal Lord. Chapter 4202. Gu Fei killed the Beast Emperor with a single punch, shocking the entire crowd. Everyone halted their steps in unison as they stared in shock at the scene in the air. His Majesty the Beast Emperor died? An old beast stared in terror at the silhouette in the air as his voice trembled. The countless soldiers of the Wanshou country were all terrified to the extreme. With the death of the Beast Emperor, the ending of this battle was already decided. Retreat. That old beast howled in grief and anger. His voice reverberated through the entire eastern desolate region. The wyverns in the air instantly turned and fled. The fire-breathing beasts, armored bulls, and other demonic beasts all turned and fled for their lives. The Beast Emperor was the backbone of the countless soldiers. With the death of the Beast Emperor, countless soldiers instantly felt fear. And just when the army of beasts was fleeing, Gu Fei took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of the Eastern Sage Royal Lord. The Eastern Sage Royal Lord was incomparably nervous, but he forced himself to remain calm. One must know that he was the Royal Lord of a dynasty after all. He naturally couldn't lose his composure in front of so many people. Many thanks for Senior's help. The Eastern Sage Royal Lord clasped his hands towards Gu Fei in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Cut the crap. I want to know the current situation in the Eastern region and the human realm. Gu Fei spoke as he directly stretched his hand out, grabbing towards the Eastern Sage Royal Lord's head. "Senior, you." The Eastern Sage Royal Lord was badly startled. When Gu Fei appeared, he was already on guard. The instant he saw Gu Fei making a move, he instantly retreated with explosive speed. This fellow killed the Beast Emperor with a single punch. The Beast Emperor's cultivation base and combat prowess were on par with him. If Qin Wentian could kill the Beast Emperor, it meant that Qin Wentian could also kill him. However, the Eastern Sage Royal Lord had no way to escape. Just as he moved, Gu Fei's right hand had already grabbed onto the crown of his head. The Eastern Sage Royal Lord only felt his head tightening as he felt a splitting headache as though his head was about to explode. Royal Lord, the generals under the Eastern Sage Royal Lord were all frightened out of their wits when they saw this scene. If the Eastern Sage Royal Lord died, they would most probably be buried together with him. "Senior, why did you?" An old god of war riding on a golden lion rushed over. He gripped his spear tightly and stared at Gu Fei nervously. Gu Fei didn't pay any attention to the old god of war. In the next moment, he activated his Xin art and directly read this guy's soul memory. In his eyes, the Eastern Sage Royal Lord was nothing but an ant. But no matter what, this fellow was still the emperor of the human race. He had no intention of killing the Eastern Sage Royal Lord. Dongfang family, Primordial Zhao family, Myriad Phenomenon City, Iron Blood Taoist. The true rulers of the eastern territory of the mortal dimension were only those extraordinary powers. No matter how many years had passed, it was still the same, and it basically wouldn't change. This was because these forces were deeply rooted and very difficult to shake. In the last 10 million years, only Gu Fei had broken the balance of powers in the entire eastern territory and even the entire mortal dimension. Demons are dancing wildly. They've all come out. Gu Fei sighed. The Eastern Sage Royal Lord was a quasi-saint, a royal lord of a generation and naturally knew many things. And behind the Eastern Sage Royal Dynasty, there was actually the Dongfang family. Back then, the grudge between Gu Fei and the Dongfang family was temporarily put aside by Jiang Renhuang. But from the looks of it now, the Dongfang family and the Zhao clan seemed to have forgotten the pain after the scar healed. The Myriad Phenomenon City was Gu Fei's territory. Before Gu Fei left, he had conquered a vast territory and became the strongest power in the eastern region. However, after Gu Fei left the mortal dimension, the days of the Iron Blood Taoist weren't good. At the start, the Zhao and Dongfang family didn't dare to do anything. However, when the Jiang clan of the Desolate Era couldn't even fend for themselves and the old turtle summoned Shaoqing back to the Heaven Realm, the two major powers of the eastern region started to get restless. There were changes in the Heaven Realm, and the old turtle had to stay in the Heaven Realm. Hence, the Zhao and Dongfang clan became even more unbridled and actually started to devour Gu Fei's territory. Today, they would seize a city. Tomorrow, they would seize a region. During these years, the territories Gu Fei had conquered were almost half devoured by the two major powers. The Iron Blood Taoist was furious, but he didn't dare to say anything. One must know that without the support of the old turtle, how could he contend against the Zhao and Dongfang clan? Naturally, the Zhao and Dongfang clan were still wary of Gu Fei. If Gu Fei returned, they wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Good, very good. Ha ha ha. Gu Fei released the Eastern Sage Royal Lord as he laughed uproariously. Terrifying sound waves blasted out in all directions, causing the entire space to tremble. The Eastern Sage Royal Lord was directly flung 1,000 miles away by the sound waves as he coughed out blood unceasingly. Countless soldiers fainted from the impact. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. Who was this person? He actually killed the Beast Emperor of the Wanshou country with a single punch and captured the Eastern Sage Royal Lord with a single strike. Such a cultivation base, is he a saint? Someone exclaimed in shock. The combat prowess displayed by Gu Fei was simply too shocking. One must know that these two supreme experts were all quasi-sages. If he wasn't a saint, what else could he be? The current human realm was already different from the past. Let alone saints, even saint kings and even quasi-paragons would jump out. Naturally, quasi-paragons were like dragons that moved their heads but not their tails. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to see them. Even for saints, it wasn't so easy to meet them. New grudges and old grudges. Let's settle them all together. Gu Fei spoke as he soared up into the sky, transforming into a beam of divine light that instantly vanished into the horizon. Upon seeing Gu Fei's departure, the countless generals of the Eastern Sage royal dynasty heaved a sigh of relief. They were so afraid that this expert who suddenly appeared would act against them. Kill all these savage beasts. After regaining their senses, the Eastern Sage divine generals roared in rage at their own troops. This was an extremely rare opportunity to annihilate the Wanshou Empire. Momentarily, the army of the Eastern Sage royal dynasty was like the tides, chasing after the fleeing savage beasts. The Eastern Sage royal lord stared in the direction where Gu Fei disappeared as he felt an indescribable shock. In front of this person, he couldn't even be compared to an ant. If Gu Fei wanted to kill the Eastern Sage royal lord, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. At this moment in the myriad phenomenon city, the Iron-Blood Taoist was at his wits' end. He initially wanted to send people to the heavenly realm, but he ultimately gave up on this idea because the people he sent out wouldn't be able to reach the heavenly realm. The Iron-Blood Taoist was very clear who did this. In fact, even if his people could go to the heavenly realm and meet with Shaoqing, they might not be able to invite Shaoqing over. City Lord, what should we do now? Even the intelligent Zhuge Liang was at his wits' end at this moment. Promise them. In the great hall of the City Lord Manor, the Iron-Blood Taoist gritted his teeth as he spoke. When Master returns, these fellows will know how wrong they were. The Iron-Blood Taoist said in a low voice. All of them had Gu Fei's imprint on them. Once Gu Fei falls, they would be buried with him. Now that they were still alive, Gu Fei would naturally be alive as well. That's right. These clans are laughable. Once Master returns, I'm afraid they won't even be able to cry. Zhuge Liang waved the feather fan in his hand and said, Haha, at least you guys are tactful. At this moment, a loud laughter resounded from outside the great hall. The Iron-Blood Taoist raised his head abruptly and saw two people swaggering in from outside the hall. Zhao Jianfeng, Dongfang Juanxiong, you guys. When Zhuge Liang saw the two of them, his expression changed. The expressions of the other experts in the great hall changed as well. Haha, aren't you going to treat us with good food and wine? If we are in a good mood, we will go back and put in some good words for you guys in front of our clan lord. You guys will definitely soar. The Zhao clan's Zhao Jianfeng said with disdain. That's right. If you treat us well, you guys will receive many benefits. Dongfang Juanxiong added. You guys. The Iron-Blood Taoist was shocked, furious, and unwilling. However, he couldn't do anything to the two of them. One must know that the two of them were envoys sent by the Dongfang clan and the primordial era's Zhao clan. If he were to kill them, it would be the same as declaring war against the two great forces. The Iron-Blood Taoist could only swallow his anger. Who dares to cause trouble here? At this moment, a voice resounded from outside the great hall. Hearing this voice, the Iron-Blood Taoist and Zhuge Liang revealed expressions of disbelief before becoming extremely excited. The Iron-Blood Taoist and Zhuge Liang looked towards the great hall's entrance and saw a young man in black walking in step by step. Seeing the young man in black, the Iron-Blood Taoist and Zhuge Liang were indescribably shocked. This person was Gu Fei. Gu Fei looked even younger than before. He was getting younger as he lived. Who are you? How dare you act so impudently in front of us? Aren't you afraid of death? Dongfang Juanxiong roared at Gu Fei. He didn't take this young man seriously at all. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Kill. Zhao Jianfeng snorted coldly and stretched out his hand to grab Gu Fei. Ha ha. Gu Fei laughed. The Iron-Blood Taoist and Zhuge Liang laughed as well. This guy doesn't know what's good for him. In the eyes of the Iron-Blood Taoist and the rest, Zhao Jianfeng and Dongfang Juanxiong were really silly and cute. Gu Fei slapped him. Slap. With a resounding slap, Zhao Jianfeng was sent flying to the side by Gu Fei. He crashed into a pillar and almost broke it. Zhao Jianfeng fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Among the blood, there were a dozen teeth. In the next moment, the left side of his face swelled up. Seeing this, Dongfang Juanxiong was really shocked. When Gu Fei looked at him, he couldn't help but take a step back. Master is finally back. The Ironblood Taoist and Zhuge Liang were extremely excited at this moment. How dare you hit someone from the Zhao family? Dongfang Juanxiong's voice was trembling. So what if I did? I'm going to hit you too. As Gu Fei spoke, he waved his right hand and gave another loud slap. Dongfang Juanxiong, the envoy of the Dongfang family, was also sent flying and became dizzy from the slap. Just wait to be destroyed. At this moment, Zhao Jianfeng stood up shakily from the ground and stared at Gu Fei viciously. And you guys, Wanxiang City will be wiped off the ground. Zhao Jianfeng glanced at the Ironblood Taoist and said coldly, Want to destroy me? I'll destroy you first. As Gu Fei spoke, he struck out with his palm. Zhao Jianfeng didn't even have the chance to scream before he was smashed into meat paste. Chapter 4203. How dare you squeak in front of me? I'll slap you to death. Gu Fei casually smashed the arrogant envoy of the Zhao family, Zhao Jianfeng, into minced meat with a palm strike. He immediately died, and even his soul had dispersed. He could no longer convert to the way of ghosts, even if he wanted to. This, everyone present gasped. Zhao Jianfeng was a quasi-sage, yet he was casually slapped to death by this young man in black? Is this young man a young sage? In the hall, only the two old men, the Ironblood Taoist and Zhuge Liang, knew of Gu Fei's identity. The others were all newcomers, and they had never seen Gu Fei before. Gu Fei had been away for a long time. Ever since the emergence of the power of heavenly punishment, the human world had been in chaos. The 5 major regions of the human world were in turmoil, especially with the appearance of the demons, which made the human world even more chaotic. Moreover, Gu Fei had a great enmity with the demons. Countless demon Dao experts had died in his hands. He even annihilated the East Region demon lair and killed countless demons. However, even if Gu Fei annihilated the East Region demon lair, the East Region was still plagued by demons. Especially in Wanxiang City, the demons would attack from time to time. Over the years, other than the Ironblood Taoist and Zhuge Liang, the others in Wanxiang City were all new faces. Do you know what you're doing? At this moment, a middle-aged man in the hall shouted angrily at Gu Fei. Why? Do you have a problem with me killing this guy? Gu Fei looked at the man. This man was sitting on the first seat below the city lord's throne. He must be one of the higher-ups in Wanxiang City, second only to the city lord, the Ironblood Taoist, and the military advisor, Zhuge Liang. Of course I have a problem. Do you know that you're in trouble? Killing Zhao Jianfeng will infuriate the Zhao clan and Wanxiang City will be destroyed. The middle-aged man said coldly, Is that so? Gu Fei looked at the middle-aged man with a faint smile and said, What if I kill this guy too? Gu Fei said, and looked at Dongfang Juanxiong. What? Seeing Gu Fei looking at him, Dongfang Juanxiong was shocked. How dare you? The middle-aged man glared at Gu Fei and said, Haha, why wouldn't I dare? There is nothing in this world that I dare not do. Gu Fei waved his right hand and slapped at Dongfang Juanxiong. Dongfang Juanxiong immediately dodged, but in the next moment, he was horrified to find out that he couldn't move, not even a finger. No, Dongfang Juanxiong was scared out of his wits. He could only watch helplessly as his opponent's palm came towards him. Just a moment ago, this palm had turned Zhao Jianfeng of the Zhao family into minced meat. Impudent. The middle-aged man was enraged when he saw this. He leapt up from his seat and swung his palm at Gu Fei. Berserk Saint Realm power erupted from his hand, causing the space to tremble. This middle-aged man was actually a saint. The Ironblood Taoist and Zhuge Liang didn't stop him. Since this guy dared to attack their master, he deserved to be killed by their master. They didn't know that Gu Fei was forced into reincarnation by the first demon ancestor, and his cultivation was almost erased by the power of reincarnation. Although he managed to recover some of his cultivation, it was still his first time facing a saint. Even Gu Fei didn't know if he could fight against a real saint with his current cultivation and battle strength. He had never experienced such a state before. No one knew how powerful the eternal real bone was. Bam! Gu Fei slapped Dongfang Juanxiong's right hand and turned him into a bloody mist. Even his primordial spirit exploded and dissipated in the void. At the same time, he raised his left hand and blocked the middle-aged man's palm. The hall was instantly filled with a powerful force, as if a terrifying wind was blowing. The people in the hall felt pain on their faces as if sharp blades were slicing across their faces. Oomph! Gu Fei stomped his right foot. Bam! The entire city lord's residence shook. At the same time, his spine shook like a dragon and an even more powerful force surged into his left hand. He shook his left hand and sent the middle-aged saint flying backward. He fell to the ground in an extremely pathetic manner. The middle-aged saint was in disbelief. This young man isn't even a quasi-saint. He's at most an almighty. How could he possibly block his palm? It wasn't rare for an almighty to kill a quasi-saint. The battle strength that Gu Fei displayed was simply astonishing. One must know that there were many heaven-defying existences in the current world. These geniuses among geniuses could kill opponents of a higher cultivation level than them. However, these heaven-defying existences couldn't and wouldn't dare to challenge a saint. In the eyes of a saint, anyone below the saint level was just an ant. Yet, an ant had actually shaken a true dragon. This was unbelievable. How could this be? This was absolutely impossible. How is this possible? The upper echelons of Wanxiang City in the hall were all dumbfounded. Who exactly are you? The middle-aged saint stood up from the ground and glared at Gu Fei. Wu Jue, don't be rude. At this moment, the iron-blood Taoist finally spoke. City Lord's residence, you. The saint named Wu Jue looked at the iron-blood Taoist in confusion. Master, you're finally back. Before the iron-blood Taoist could say anything, Zhuge Liang had already rushed up and hugged Gu Fei's thigh as he began to cry and complain. Everyone was dumbfounded. One must know that Zhuge Liang was the second most powerful person in Wanxiang City. Sometimes, even the iron-blood Taoist had to listen to him. However, the usually high and mighty great sage Zhuge had actually lost his composure in front of this black-clothed young man. He was hugging his thigh and crying out loud. What? Master! At this moment, the upper echelons of Wanxiang City in the hall suddenly woke up. Wasn't the master of the iron-blood Taoist and Zhuge Liang the true master of Wanxiang City, Gu Fei? This black-clothed young man was the legendary fierce Gu Fei who had fought in the Sky Market, destroyed the Eastern Demon Den, and dared to trample the demon forefather under his feet? Back then, Gu Fei had fought everywhere and killed more than one demon forefather. Even the Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor had avoided him, unwilling to make an enemy out of him. The Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor was an ancestor-level existence of the Dongfang family in the Eastern Domain. He wielded the Grand Orient Sword and swept through all directions. However, when this Tyrant Emperor met Gu Fei, he had no choice but to admit that he was inferior to Gu Fei. Of course, an existence like the Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor was not to be trifled with. If not for Zhang Renhuang's mediation, the battle between Gu Fei and the Eastern Sky Tyrant Emperor would have probably destroyed the entire Eastern Domain. This would definitely be a great disaster for the entire human race. I, Gu Fei, have returned. Chapter 4204. Greetings, Master. The Ironblood Taoist stood up and knelt before Gu Fei. Greetings, Master. The group of Wanxiang City's upper echelons in the City Lord's Mansion's main hall all knelt down towards Gu Fei. This. The Wu Jue saint was dumbfounded when he saw this. He looked at Gu Fei in horror. This black-robed young man is the legendary Gu Fei who trampled on the demon ancestor and killed the paramount ruler with a single punch? Gu Fei had leveled the East Region Devil Lair, which was a great contribution to the human race. He had also fought in the Sky Market, killed the Terminus ruler, reopened the Heavenly Gate, and reconstructed the Path of Heaven. This was a major event that had a profound impact on both the Heaven Realm and the Human Realm. Gu Fei had changed the situation of the Heaven Realm and the Human Realm single-handedly. Gu Fei's deeds had already spread throughout the Human Realm and Heaven Realm. However, even though he had made great contributions to the human race, there were still countless human race experts who wanted his life. Gu Fei had many friends, but he also had many enemies. Whether it was the Dongfang family, the primordial Zhao family, the East Sky Emperor Yuan Gu, or of course, the demons. They were all Gu Fei's greatest enemies. They didn't dare to cause trouble for Gu Fei, but they dared to cause trouble for his daughter, Gu Ling, and his subordinate, the Iron-Blood Taoist. In fact, with Gu Fei's strength, he had established forces in various great realms. If he united these forces, who in the world could be his opponent? He had left behind forces in the desolate world, ancestral god realm, and ancestral realm. The heaven realm had the old tortoise, and the human realm had the Iron-Blood Taoist. Iron-Blood, you're not bad. Gu Fei looked at the Iron-Blood Taoist who was kneeling on the ground. This guy had actually cultivated to the great sage realm. It seemed like he hadn't been idle all these years. The great saint of Iron-Blood was the strongest expert in Wanxiang City. Zhuge Liang was a little weaker, only at the great perfection of Saint King realm. However, this was still not bad. With the Iron-Blood Sage presiding over the myriad phenomenon city and the killing array laid down by Gu Fei, even a quasi-supremacy wouldn't be able to breach the city. In the mortal realm, supreme beings couldn't appear. The power of heavenly punishment suppressed supreme beings, so no supreme beings dared to appear in the mortal realm. Master? Saint Wujue's voice was trembling. Impudent! Why aren't you kneeling? The iron-blooded great saint said angrily to Saint Wujue. Yes. Greetings, Master. Saint Wujue immediately knelt before Gu Fei. Get up. Gu Fei waved his hand and walked straight to the throne in the middle of the hall. When he arrived before the throne, he sat down without any hesitation. At that moment, a furious roar rang out from the ancestral grounds of the Zhao family. The Iron-Blood Taoist actually dared to kill my men. He deserves to die. A white-robed young man walked out from the depths of the ancestral grounds of the Zhao family. The white-robed young man soared into the sky and instantly disappeared from the world. At the same time, another person walked out from the ancestral grounds of the Dongfang family. This person was a sage from the eastern world and was extremely powerful. Whoosh! The sage of the Dongfang family took a step and instantly disappeared into the void. Iron-Blood Taoist, come out and die. Outside the myriad phenomenon city, the white-robed young man from the Zhao family shouted. Zhao Xiao, come in if you can. On top of the city wall, the Iron-Blood Taoist said to the white-robed young man, Zhao Xiao. His tone was filled with disdain. Zhao Xiao was furious, but he didn't dare to attack the myriad phenomenon city recklessly because the entire myriad phenomenon city was a gigantic formation. Haha, why? You don't dare? The Iron-Blood Taoist laughed on top of the city wall. Zhao Xiao was also a great sage, but Gu Fei had made his name much earlier than Zhao Xiao. Kill. Zhao Xiao was furious and immediately used his Dao tool. A divine light rushed out from the top of his head, and a divine saber was wrapped in the divine light. Whoosh! The divine saber pierced through the sky, and the saber radiance soared, as though it could split the entire world in half. Seeing Zhao Xiao unleash such a powerful move, the cultivators in the myriad phenomenon city were all shocked. Zhao Xiao really lived up to his reputation. Zhao Xiao was the most outstanding descendant of the Zhao family from the desolate region. Together with the goddess of the Zhao family, he became the next successor of the Zhao family's family head. Of course, there was only one family head. The position of family head would belong to whoever won. Zhao Xiao's reputation was not as famous as the goddess of the Zhao family. However, his cultivation was on par with the goddess of the Zhao family. If they were to fight to the death, they would have to fight until the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Rumble. The heavens and the earth shook as an incomparably powerful energy wave spread across the world. Buzz. The incomparably resplendent saber radiance landed in the sky above the myriad phenomenon city. In the next moment, a layer of divine light appeared in the sky above the myriad phenomenon city and blocked the saber radiance. What? Zhao Xiao couldn't help but frown. The myriad phenomenon city protection formation was indeed different. It was said that it was created by Gu Fei. It seemed like it was true. Gu Fei was an expert of his generation. He conquered everywhere and swept across the human realm. Even in the heaven realm, no one was his match, and he even flattened a perilous land. His cultivation base, his battle prowess, and his battle achievements were probably unparalleled throughout the ages. The rulers of the desolate, perilous lands were not to be trifled with. Zhao Xiu extended his right hand, and the resplendent saber radiance immediately flew back to him. He held it in his hand, and the divine light dissipated. A black saber appeared in his hand. Peerless saber? The iron-blood Taoist's heart skipped a beat when he saw the black saber in Zhao Xiu's hand. This saber was very famous. It was a famous Tao artifact of the desolate-era Zhao clan. Its name was Peerless Saber. This was a quasi-supreme Tao artifact that could unleash a full-powered attack of a quasi-supreme. However, with Zhao Xiu's cultivation and battle prowess, it was impossible for him to unleash the full power of this Peerless Saber. Again, Zhao Xiu held the saber with both hands and slashed out again. This time, the saber radiance illuminated the entire world. It was 10 times brighter than before, and it was so bright that no one could open their eyes. Even the iron-blood Taoist felt his eyes hurt. This shocked him. The power of this peerless saber was indeed terrifying. Could it be comparable to his phoenix tribulation? However, even if Zhao Xiu's saber could slash down the stars in the sky and split open the divine mountain, it still couldn't break the myriad phenomenon city's city protection formation. A layer of divine light enveloped the entire myriad phenomenon city and blocked the peerless saber radiance outside. Countless formation runes interweaved on the divine light and formed ancient Tao diagrams. Although Gu Fei wasn't a formation grandmaster, the formations he laid down weren't something just anyone could break. Good. Haha, very good. Chapter 4205. Zhao Xiu was one of the most outstanding descendants of the Zhao clan of the Desolation in the human realm. He was also one of the most outstanding people of the Zhao clan in the past tens of thousands of years. He had only cultivated for a few thousand years, yet he was already a great saint. In addition, he held a peerless saber in his hand. Even heavenly sovereigns were wary of him and didn't want to provoke him. The peerless divine saber of the Zhao clan of the Desolation was a quasi-supreme Tao tool. With Zhao Xiu's cultivation, he naturally couldn't unleash the true power of this peerless divine saber. At this moment, Gu Fei was sitting on the throne of the Wanxiang City Lord's palace. His eyes could see through the void and directly see Zhao Xiu, who was high up in the sky outside the city. How is this guy's cultivation compared to the Zhao clan's goddess? Gu Fei asked Zhuge Liang, who was beside him. Master, it's really hard to say. The Zhao clan's goddess might be a bit stronger, but she has been in seclusion for 300 years. I don't know what her cultivation is now. Zhuge Liang muttered. It turned out that the Zhao clan's goddess had been in seclusion for a long time this time. It had already been 300 years. Of course, for an existence like the Zhao clan's goddess, it wouldn't be strange for her to be in seclusion for 1,000 years, let alone 300 years. Some old monsters would even be in seclusion for tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years. Any news about Azure Dragon? Gu Fei suddenly thought of this old rival of his. In the past, the southern wasteland was filled with geniuses. However, when Gu Fei appeared, he single-handedly defeated all the heroes of the southern wasteland. He was almost invincible among the younger generation. At that time, Azure Dragon was his greatest rival. However, even Azure Dragon was defeated by Gu Fei in the end. Therefore, Gu Fei could be said to be invincible among the younger generation of the Southern Desolate. Azure Dragon? I haven't heard from him for a long time. Zhuge Liang said. The current Southern Desolate was no longer the Southern Desolate of the past. The 4 ancient clans completely dominated the Southern Desolate. Even the Zhou clan had to retreat. One should know that the Zhou clan of the Desolate was not to be trifled with. Even the Zhou family of the ancients was unwilling to provoke the 4 ancient clans. One could only imagine how strong the 4 ancient clans were right now. I came back this time to see my old friend. However, there is something I have to do immediately. Gu Fei's expression turned serious. Master, please instruct us. We will do anything for you. The upper echelons of Wanxiang City in the main hall hurriedly said, Is the human race's ancient road still controlled by the Qing clan? Gu Fei said, Yes, the Qin clan is an imperial clan and once had a great emperor. I heard that the old ancestor of the Qin clan, the Qin emperor, has a quasi-supreme cultivation base and is just a step away from becoming a paragon, Zhuge Liang said. Because of the existence of the heavenly punishment, no matter if it was the heaven realm or the human realm, those quasi-sovereigns didn't dare to take that step. One had to understand that once one took that step, they would draw down the wrath of the heavens. That was the same as courting death. Of course, there were some who didn't believe it and took that step with the belief that man could conquer the heavens. After that, there was no more after that. No matter who it was, no matter how heaven-defying their physique and cultivation base, under the wrath of the heavenly punishment, there would only be one outcome: death in both body and soul. Ever since Gu Fei left, the Qin clan flourished. This Qin clan even occupied the entrance of the human race's ancient road. Anyone who wanted to step on the human race's ancient road would have to pay a toll. Qin Emperor Gu Fei thought of the old man in the past. The great emperors of the human realm weren't comparable to the great emperors of the heavenly god world. Those great emperors of the heavenly god world were hierarchs and not even saints. However, the great emperors of the human realm were different. They were existences that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the human emperor and contend against extreme supremes. It wasn't a secret that the Qin clan once had a great emperor. Hence, the Qin clan was also known as an imperial clan. Back then, Qin Yao was the princess. "I want to take a trip to the human race's ancient road," Gu Fei said. What? Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Their master actually wanted to take the human race's ancient road? With their master's cultivation base, there was no need for him to take the human race's ancient road. One should know that before Gu Fei left, he was already in existence that could contend against a quasi-supreme. Now, no one could see through Gu Fei's strength. Boom! At this moment, a loud noise came from outside. In the next moment, a cold saber chi arrived, ignoring the barrier between the void and the house. "Zhao Xiu, this fella." Zhuge Liang was furious. He directly waved his hand, and the protective formation of the hall immediately activated, blocking the saber chi. At this time, in the sky outside, Zhao Xiu's body emitted endless divine light. His entire body seemed to have become one with the peerless divine saber in his hand. Becoming one with the saber? Gu Fei smiled. This Zhao Xiu was indeed amazing. One should know that the saber in his hand was a quasi-supreme Tao tool, while he, Zhao Xiu, was only a great saint. If it was anyone else, their body and soul would have been destroyed by the peerless saber chi from the peerless divine saber. The sacred body of a great saint could not withstand the power of a quasi-supreme, but Zhao Xiu had indeed broken through the shackles. He was actually using the body of a great saint to attract the power of a quasi-supreme for his own use. Such a method was truly terrifying. Ridiculous. Be careful that you don't explode. On top of the city wall, the iron-blood Taoist stared at the figure in the sky with a solemn expression. The other party had become one with the saber and could perform a quasi-supreme attack. Under such an attack, no one knew if the protective formation of Wanxiang City could withstand it. The iron-blood Taoist hurriedly operated the protective formation with all his might. A layer of dazzling light barrier appeared in the sky above Wanxiang City, enveloping the entire city. On the layer of light barrier, there were countless Tao patterns interweaving. Ancient Tao diagrams attracted the power of heaven and earth, causing the power of the entire protective formation to increase rapidly. Break! At this moment, Zhao Xiu exhaled and slashed down at Wanxiang City with all his might. A violent and monstrous power exploded from his body, causing the surrounding void to be annihilated. This slash seemed to have become eternal between heaven and earth, as though the heavens had attacked. It displayed peerless power, as though nothing in the world could block this slash. The saber light descended from the sky and landed on the layer of light barrier formed by the power of the protective formation of Wanxiang City. In the next moment, the sound of cloth being torn could be heard. Then, a hole that was several feet long appeared on the protective divine light barrier of Wanxiang City. Zhao Xiu had poured in all his strength for this slash. If he still could not break through the protective formation of Wanxiang City, He could only leave with his tail between his legs. Haha! Zhao Xiu laughed loudly and charged towards the hole on the light barrier. He wanted to kill his way into Wanxiang City and flatten it. However, just as he reached the hole, a ball of divine light shot out from the top of the city wall and turned into 9 divine phoenixes, sealing the hole. Who dares to stop me? Zhao Xiu's battle intent surged as he shattered the void and tried to force his way into Wanxiang City. He slashed again, and a terrifying saber Dao power exploded, causing a Dao tool that was surrounded by the 9 divine phoenixes to fly away. Kill. Seeing that Zhao Xiu could really barge into Wanxiang City, the Iron Blood Taoist was extremely shocked. Array, rise. The Iron Blood Taoist did not dare to delay and hurriedly executed his strongest trump card, Buzz. The void shook and Zhao Xiu's figure disappeared, leaving only a saber light in the world. Zhao Xiu charged straight into Wanxiang City. Then, he became one with his saber and slashed down at the city lord's residence. It was too late for the Iron Blood Taoist to stop him. Just as the saber light broke through the layers of protection and was about to land on the city lord's mansion, a hand suddenly reached out from the side and grabbed the saber light that was descending from the sky. What? Seeing this scene, the Iron Blood Taoist's eyeballs almost fell to the ground. That was a peerless divine saber, the peerless divine saber of the primordial era's Zhao family, a quasi-supreme Dao tool. Yet, it was caught by someone with his bare hands. At this moment, a figure appeared in the sky above the city lord's residence. Becoming one with the saber, that's all there is to it. The black-robed youth grabbed the saber light and said indifferently. This person was Gu Fei. To be precise, it was one of his doppelgangers. He possessed an immortal eternal martial body. Although he was severely injured when he crossed realms to return to the human world and his real body could not attack, he could only use his doppelgangers. Gu Fei had 2 doppelgangers. Back when he cultivated to the extreme supremacy realm, the cultivation and battle strength of these 2 doppelgangers were already close to the supremacy realm. The moment this doppelganger appeared, the entire world became unstable and the quasi-supreme aura spread out. Even a sage would not be able to withstand it. Let me go now. The saber light struggled in the hands of Gu Fei's doppelganger like a snake, trying to break free. Let you go? Gu Fei's doppelganger laughed. In the next moment, he exerted force with his right hand. With a clang, the saber light in his hand was actually crushed by him. Blood splattered and shattered flesh, mixed with the shards of the peerless saber, appeared in the void. The Iron Blood Taoist was dumbfounded. This scene was extremely shocking. His master had actually crushed the Zhao family's quasi-supreme Dao artifact, the peerless saber. Zhao Xiu, who was one with the saber, was unlucky enough to encounter Gu Fei. As a result, he ended up with his saber crushed and his death. Zhao Xiu could not even withstand a single move from his master and died just like that. Zhao Xiu, one of the 2 successors of the primordial antiquity Zhao family, was dead. Furthermore, he died in Wanxiang City. The entire eastern region was shocked when the news spread. Someone actually killed Zhao Xiu. That's the divine son of the Zhao family. Heavens have been pierced. Wanxiang City is definitely done for this time. Not necessarily. Do you know who the master of the Iron Blood Taoist is? Gu Fei. He's been missing for so long. Perhaps he's already dead in some corner. All the major forces in the eastern region were alarmed. Countless people in the cultivation world were discussing this matter. Zhao Xiu's death had completely ignited the eastern region's cultivation world. This was the beginning of chaos. However, Gu Fei did not care so much. He was not someone who could be bullied. Whoever dared to provoke him, he would take their life. Is the primordial antiquity Zhao family digging their own grave? Chapter 4206. In the human realm, the inheritances of the 4 ancient sovereigns were respectively the Zhao clan of the eastern domain, the Zhou clan of the southern domain, the Li clan of the western domain, and the Jiang clan of the northern domain. The Jiang family had Jiang Renhuang. Jiang Renhuang had intimidated the far north demon area with his own strength. Countless demons didn't dare to take even half a step forward. As for the eastern region's Zhao family's ancestral land, it was a place where dragons ascended. There was an ancient dragon nest that had once nurtured a true dragon of the 9 heavens. This kind of peerless treasure land was hard to find throughout the world. Only these cultivation clans that had been passed down for countless years and possessed incomparably deep foundations could possess such a treasured land. If it was anyone else, they would not be able to guard this treasured land at all. On this day, an angry roar came from the ancestral land of the Zhao family. The entire ancestral land shook. "Are you crazy?" An old man crawled out of a cave and started cursing at the top of his lungs. "Zhao Xiao is dead." An old voice came from the depths of the ancestral land. What? When the disheveled old man heard that, he was first shocked before he flew into a rage. "Zhao Xiao is dead?" The disheveled old man almost went berserk. At this moment, a figure walked out from the depths of the Zhao clan's ancestral grounds. This person's white robes fluttered in the wind. His hair and eyebrows were all white. He walked through the air step by step, exuding a celestial air. "Zhao Yuan, how do you know that Zhao Xiao is dead?" The disheveled old man roared at that person. "This is his life token." The white-robed Zhao Yuan tossed the fragment to the disheveled old man. Roar! The disheveled old man caught the shards and lowered his head to take a look. The next moment, he roared into the skies as a terrifying energy wave spread out from his body, shaking the world. "Enough! Step down." A dignified voice came from the deepest part of the Zhao family's ancestral ground. "Yes, old ancestor." The shocking aura on the two old men immediately retreated like the tide. Then, they hurriedly bowed in the direction of the voice. They were extremely respectful. The two old men looked at each other and carefully retreated. Why are the two ancestors so furious? He actually alarmed the first ancestor. Everyone in the Zhao family's ancestral land was alarmed. Even some of the older generation experts who had been in seclusion for hundreds of years came out. Soon, everyone knew what had happened. Zhao Xiao actually died in Wanxiang City? Everyone in the Zhao clan was shocked. One should know that Zhao Xiao was a great saint, one of the most outstanding figures in the younger generation of the Zhao clan. In the entire younger generation of the Zhao clan, only the goddess of the Zhao clan could be compared to him. Zhao Xiao's death was definitely a great loss to the Zhao family. The reason why the primordial Zhao family's inheritance could last for so long and was able to stand tall in the eastern domain was because every generation of the Zhao family had a peerless expert who led the Zhao family to contend against other forces. Of course, Zhao Xiao was dead, but the Zhao clan still had their goddess. However, the Zhao family's anger could only be extinguished with blood. Whose blood? It was naturally the Iron Blood Taoist, Zhuge Liang, and their subordinates. Zhao Tiangang was the current family head of the Zhao family of the remote antiquity. The previous family head had already fallen from power and was sent to a remote place to guard the mines. The Zhao family had many spirit crystal mines. It had to be said that this Zhao Tiangang really had some ability. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to pull down the previous generation's patriarch. For a big family like the Zhao family of the remote antiquity, the internal struggles were extremely intense. The Zhao family was divided into a few factions. For the position of the family head, these factions were constantly fighting against each other. Of course, with the Zhao family's ancestral ancestor overseeing the Zhao family, these factions would not be able to cause any trouble. As long as no one died, the Zhao family's ancestral ancestor would allow these factions to fight against each other. He could not be bothered with them. It did not matter much to him who the family head was. The two ancestral ancestors of the Zhao family immediately left the ancestral ground and headed straight for the Wanxiang city. Not long after the two ancestral ancestors of the Zhao family left the ancestral ground, a divine army rushed out of the ancestral ground. This divine army was wearing black armor and held battle spears. They formed a battle formation and charged towards the Wanxiang city like a black cloud. A powerful murderous aura spread from the battle formation of the divine army. Everywhere it passed, countless living beings were terrified to the extreme. That's the Black Dragon Army of the Zhao family. What happened? Why did the Zhao family send out the Black Dragon Army? Some of the older cultivators exclaimed when they saw the Zhao family's army flying across the sky. The Black Dragon Army of the primordial Zhao family was the most elite army of the Zhao family. They had been through hundreds of battles and had once conquered a huge territory for the Zhao family. That direction. Is the Zhao family of the primordial Zhao family going to attack the Wanxiang city? 3 to 5 people gathered on a mountain peak. One of them raised his head and exclaimed as he looked into the sky, "Wanxiang city? The Iron Blood Taoist is only a great sage. The Zhao family of the primordial Zhao family has a few heavenly venerables." Someone said, "TSK, the Zhao family does not only have heavenly venerables, but they also have the mysterious ancestral ancestor." A cultivator of the older generation said, "Ancestral ancestor? Who's that?" The younger cultivators were naturally not as knowledgeable as the older cultivators. "You're so ignorant." Haha. The cultivator of the older generation laughed. "Please enlighten me, senior." The cultivators of the younger generation all wanted to know more about it. However, the cultivator of the older generation smiled without saying anything else. Although the Iron Blood Taoist is only a great sage, he has a huge backing. The cultivator of the older generation left after saying that and disappeared into the mountains. The backing of the Iron Blood Taoist? The cultivators of the younger generation were all shocked. What backing does the Iron Blood Taoist have? Someone was disdainful. The Iron Blood Taoist is only a great sage and isn't even a heavenly venerate. That's not normal for him to be able to defend Wanxiang City. A white-robed young man said indifferently. The other young cultivators fell silent. At that moment, the city lord's residence of Wanxiang City was filled with joy. The city lord, the Iron Blood Taoist, was holding a huge banquet to welcome Gu Fei's return. Experts from various places gathered in Wanxiang City. They were the subordinates of the Iron Blood Taoist and were all experts with the cultivation of a sage king or even a sage emperor. 2 of them were even half-step great sages. Only Sage Realm experts with the cultivation of a Sage King or above could oversee a region. Although Gu Fei had left, the Iron Blood Taoist days were not too difficult with Xiaoqing's protection. His subordinates were also filled with talents. However, after Little Qing left, his days were no longer easy. The Iron Blood Taoist initially had 18 Sage Kings, 9 Sage Emperors, and 3 half-step Great Sages. However, when Little Qing went to the Heaven Realm and did not return for nearly 300 years, many of the Iron Blood Taoist subordinates left. Only 11 of the 18 Saint Kings were left, and there were only 4 Saint Emperors and 2 half-step Great Saints. Even so, the Iron Blood Taoist forces were still very strong. Apart from the primordial Zhao family and Dongfang family, the Iron Blood Taoist forces were the strongest in the entire East region. Haha. Now that Master is back, the primordial Zhao family and Dongfang family will have to step aside. Chapter 4207. This time, Gu Fei did not return for the Zhao family of the primordial clan or the Dongfang family. He only wanted to set foot on the human race's ancient road and find his woman, Gu Ling. However, he must first understand the situation in the human realm before setting foot on the human race's ancient road. The entrance to the human race's ancient road was still in the hands of the Qin clan. Back then, old man Qin Huang had some friendship with him, but he was too embarrassed to attack the Qin clan. At this moment, in the backyard of the city lord's residence in Wanxiang City, many sages had gathered. Although they had already concealed their auras, it was still frightening. The weaker cultivators in the city hid far away, not daring to approach the city lord's residence. Master? Could it be the legendary peerless savage, Gu Fei? Lower your voice. Who else could our boss's master be if not that savage? If that person really returns, then our bitter days will be over. In the backyard, the sages were discussing softly. They usually oversaw a region. They were either city lords or rulers of a region. It was rare for them to gather in recent years. If not for the Iron Blood Taoist's message to them, asking them to put down everything they were doing and rush back to Wanxiang City, it was unknown when they would be able to meet again. Is that person really that powerful? Someone said disapprovingly, Wu Jue, how dare you doubt our master? At this moment, a person walked in from outside. The person held a feather fan and looked elegant. It was Zhuge Liang. It's not that I doubt him, but our master should show us a few moves to broaden our horizons. Saint Wujue said. He was one of the 2 half-step great sages under the Iron Blood Taoist. That's right. Only then will we be convinced. A sage at the side said, Tianxiao, what do you mean by this? Zhuge Liang was displeased. His master's strength was unquestionable in his eyes. Back then, Gu Fei trampled the demon ancestor and killed the ruler of Zhu Di. How heroic was he? Actually, the sages under the Iron Blood Taoist had more or less heard of Gu Fei's name. One should know that Gu Fei's name shook the world back then. Who didn't know him? The other saints also looked towards Zhuge Liang. There was only one person sitting in the corner, drinking by himself. Whoever dares to question Master can scram. At this moment, a loud shout came from outside. Then, the Iron Blood Taoist walked in with a gloomy expression. Boss, you. Saint Wujue was shocked to see the Iron Blood Taoist. Boss, Wujue's words make some sense. You must know that in the cultivation world, the strong are respected. A skinny monkey-like saint said, Ho Xiao, you're too impudent. The Iron Blood Taoist glared at the skinny saint and said while gritting his teeth, these fellows were really reckless, to actually dare to question his master. If his master was angered, these fellows would all be finished. Boss, the strong are respected. That's not bad. The other saints also spoke up. Only the strong could convince the masses. Moreover, these people were all arrogant saints. The saints in the backyard of the city lord's mansion were all saint kings and above. If he wanted them to be convinced, he would have to bring out something stronger than them. You're all saints in vain. The Iron Blood Taoist was furious. Do you want me to show you what I'm capable of? At this moment, Gu Fei's voice came from behind the Iron Blood Taoist. Then, he walked out from behind the Iron Blood Taoist and looked at Wujue with a faint smile. Saint Wujue did not dare to look at Gu Fei at all. When he saw Gu Fei looking at him, he hurriedly lowered his head. That day in the city lord's mansion, Gu Fei had killed Zhao Xiu, the great saint of the Zhao family. However, only the Iron Blood Taoist, Zhuge Liang, Saint Wujue, and 2 other saints had witnessed that scene. The saints present did not dare to say anything. The ones who wanted to cause trouble for Gu Fei were the saints who had just returned from other places. That's right. If you want us to submit to you, you must be strong enough. The monkey-like Ho Xiao looked at Gu Fei and said solemnly, Very well, the strong are respected. This is the unchanging truth of the universe. Gu Fei looked at Saint Ho Xiao and suddenly smiled. Oh no! The Iron Blood Taoist's expression changed immediately. He hurriedly said to Gu Fei, Boss, why do you have to lower yourself to his level? When Gu Fei appeared, the saints who were sitting in a corner and drinking looked up at Gu Fei before lowering their heads to drink again. The strong are respected. There's nothing wrong with this saying. Gu Fei glanced at the Iron Blood Taoist and said, This. The Iron Blood Taoist did not know what to do when he heard this. How about this? I have a cauldron. If any of you can carry it, I'll recognize that person as my boss. How about that? Gu Fei said after some thought. All right. Saint Wujue and Saint Ho Xiao exchanged glances, and then they retreated. Gu Fei glanced at them and flipped his right hand. An ancient cauldron the size of a fist appeared in his hand. Then, he tossed it to the ground. The ancient cauldron grew to the size of a small mountain as soon as it was set up. The ancient cauldron exuded an ancient aura. It was obvious that it was an ancient artifact that had existed for countless years. However, apart from that, none of the saints present could see anything special about the ancient cauldron. Could it be? Some of the saints present suddenly thought of something when they saw the ancient cauldron, and they became extremely excited. If this ancient cauldron was really the ancient cauldron of legend, then no one present could lift it. After all, the ancient cauldron of legend was a supreme Tao artifact. I'll do it. Someone refused to believe it and walked over with large strides. This person was tall and strong, and it was obvious that he was a strength-type fellow. This person grabbed the leg of the cauldron as soon as he arrived, and then he roared furiously and exerted his strength in an attempt to lift the ancient cauldron. However, the ancient cauldron did not move at all. It did not even budge, let alone be lifted. Roar! The extremely strong saint roared furiously and exerted his strength continuously. However, It was useless even after he exerted all his strength. His head was covered in sweat, and his face had turned from red to purple. No matter how much strength he exerted or how he used his divine ability, he could not move the huge cauldron. Divine light surged continuously from this saint's body, and countless Tao markings appeared on his arms. An extremely violent power erupted from his body. In the end, this saint was so exhausted that he collapsed to the ground and panted. His clothes were drenched in sweat. This? Chapter 4208. Apart from Zhuge Liang, the Iron Blood Taoist had 11 sage kings, 4 sage emperors, and 2 half-great saints under his command. However, in the current human world, this kind of power was only considered decent. The Iron Blood Taoist's power was not enough to contend against the clan of the ancients. He was even inferior to the Dongfang clan. If not for the fact that Gu Fei had just returned, the Iron Blood Taoist would have to cede many more cities to the Zhao and Dongfang clan. Now that Gu Fei had returned, the Iron Blood Taoist naturally did not need to cede any more territories. Not only that, he also wanted the Zhao and Dongfang clan to spit out the territories that they had previously occupied. Given his master Gu Fei's personality, the Zhao and Dongfang clan would definitely be in big trouble. The Iron Blood Taoist really could not wait to see how the Zhao and Dongfang clan would react when they learned that Gu Fei had returned. Back then, the Zhao and Dongfang clan were terrified of Gu Fei after being beaten up. Back then, Gu Fei had forced the Zhao family of the clan of the remote antiquity to bow down to him. He had almost fought with the Dongfang family. If it were not for Zhang Renhuang, the Dongfang family would have been destroyed by Gu Fei. However, at this moment, the atmosphere in the Wanxiang City Lord's residence was somewhat stiff. The Iron Blood Taoist subordinates dared to question their master, Gu Fei. Gu Fei had made a bet with these saints that he would recognize whoever could lift his ancient cauldron as his boss. An ancient cauldron the size of a small mountain stood on the ground. A saint filled with power walked out and attempted to lift the ancient cauldron. However, the result was extremely shocking. Saint King Xiangyu, who was known for his strength, was unable to move the ancient cauldron even after using all his strength. Saint Emperor Xiangyu's strength was definitely one of the best amongst the saints present. If even he collapsed from exhaustion, who could lift the ancient cauldron? Master's reputation was earned through fighting. How dare you guys cause trouble for no reason? Be careful, Master might kill all of you in a fit of anger. Zhuge Liang glanced at the crowd and said coldly. The saints' expressions changed when they heard that. They were all saints. How could they not have heard of Gu Fei's reputation? However, they thought that it was just a rumor made up by others, and that Gu Fei's battle prowess might not be much stronger than theirs. Who else wants to give it a try? Gu Fei glanced at the crowd indifferently. Everyone was silent. If even Xiangyu could not lift this ancient cauldron, who else could? A bunch of trash. Aren't you going to greet your master? The Iron Blood Taoist roared at this group of people, paying respects to master. The group of people quickly followed suit and knelt down respectfully. At least you're tactful. Zhuge Liang held the feather fan in his hand and flew gracefully, as if he was the emperor of the 9 heavens who did not eat the flames of the mortal world. At this point, the sages no longer doubted that this ancient cauldron was the legendary mountain and river cauldron. Who could lift an extreme Tao treasure like the mountain and river cauldron? Iron Blood Brat, come out and die. At this moment, a loud shout came from outside the city lord's mansion. Everyone was shocked when they heard that. Someone actually dared to speak to the Iron Blood Taoist like that? Someone from the primordial region's Zhao family? When the Iron Blood Taoist heard that voice, he was not anxious or nervous at all. With Gu Fei around, who would he be afraid of? Rise, Gu Fei said indifferently. The group of sages stood up hurriedly. Both Sage Wujue and Sage Hoshao were well-behaved at this moment. Iron Blood Brat, what are you waiting for? Come out and die. The voice from outside rang out once more. Although the voice was incomparably old, it was clearly heard by everyone present. At this moment, 2 shocking auras surged in from outside Myriad Phenomenon City. The entire Myriad Phenomenon City went silent instantly as countless cultivators were extremely shocked. Previously, Scholar Zhao had attacked Myriad Phenomenon City, and now someone was here to cause trouble for the Iron Blood Taoist. There was truly no end to this. Primordial Region's Zhao family, Gu Fei muttered to himself indifferently. It seemed like the Primordial Region's Zhao family had already forgotten the pain of the past. Master, why don't we take this opportunity to annihilate the Primordial Region's Zhao family? Zhuge Liang said. If Gu Fei annihilated the Primordial Region's Zhao family as soon as he returned, it would definitely shock the entire human world. Annihilate the Primordial Region's Zhao family? When the sages heard that, they were shocked once again. One must know that this was an earth-shattering matter. Very well, Iron Blood Brat. Since you're not coming out, then let the Myriad Phenomenon City be buried with you. The old voice sounded once more. At the next moment, boom, with a loud bang, the entire Myriad Phenomenon City shook. Violent energy waves spread across the heavens and earth. Someone had actually shaken the entire Myriad Phenomenon City. Damn, could it be that the saint of the Primordial Region's Zhao family is here? The Iron Blood Taoist said with a frown. Let's go and take a look. As Gu Fei spoke, he soared into the sky from the backyard of the city lord's residence and flew into the sky. Outside the Wanxiang City's Great City Barrier Formation, a disheveled old man was swinging a huge hammer. He ruthlessly smashed the light barrier formed by the power of the Great City Barrier Formation. Boom! With another loud bang, the City Protection Formation shook violently. Countless Tao patterns interweaved on the light barrier, summoning an incomparably powerful force to block the disheveled old man's attack. A ring of transparent ripples spread out in all directions from the point of impact of the huge hammer. The light barrier had suffered 2 attacks, and cracks had appeared on it. Quasi-supreme Tao weapon? Gu Fei could not help but frown. The huge hammer in the disheveled old man's hands seemed to be even stronger than the peerless divine saber in Zhao Xiu's hands. At this moment, a divine light surged from the city lord's residence. Beams of divine light shot into the sky and arrived behind Gu Fei. I was wondering who it was. So it's you 2 old fools. When the Iron Blood Taoist saw the 2 invading powerhouses, his eyes flashed with a bright light. 2 Saint Venerable Patriarchs of the Primordial Region's Zhao family are here. Why? Do you want to start a war? Waving his feather fan, Zhuge Liang walked out from behind Gu Fei. You ants. If not for the fact that the family head forbade us from finding trouble with you, do you think that a mere Myriad Phenomenon City would still exist? The disheveled old man said in disdain. You want to destroy me? Let's give it a try then. Zhuge Liang was not nervous at all. So what if they were Saint Venerables? Back then, their master was an existence that could fight against a quasi-supremacy. Little brat, you're courting death. The disheveled old man could not help but be enraged at the thought of Zhao Xiu dying in the hands of these people. He raised the Heaven-Quake hammer in his hands with all his might and smashed it down on the City Protection Formation. Boom! Kacha! The loud sound of impact was mixed with the sound of things shattering. The City Protection Formation of Myriad Phenomenon City was filled with cracks, as though it could shatter at any moment. The saints behind Gu Fei had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces when they witnessed this scene. If this crazy old man was allowed to kill his way into Myriad Phenomenon City, the consequences would be unpredictable. Ha ha! At that moment, the disheveled old man burst into laughter. Amidst his laughter, he raised the Heaven-Quake hammer in his hands and struck with all his might. Rumble! As the dull sound of thunder rang out, the City Protection Formation of Myriad Phenomenon City was shattered, turning into countless rays of divine light that dissipated into the void. Gu Fei could not help but frown when he saw that. Kill! Without hesitation, the disheveled old man swung the Heaven-Quake hammer in his hands towards Gu Fei and the others. The Heaven-Quake hammer expanded rapidly. By the time it reached the top of Gu Fei's head, it was already the size of a small mountain, causing the entire world to tremble. The other saints exclaimed and fled in all directions. Bam! With a smile, Gu Fei raised his right hand gently and slapped the Heaven-Quake hammer that was smashing down. In the next moment, the Heaven-Quake hammer flew out of the disheveled old man's hands and was sent flying by the recoil. What? The disheveled old man's shock was not to be underestimated. Who was this guy to dare to take on a quasi-paragon Dao weapon head-on? A quasi-paragon Dao weapon was not something that could be found in a handful. Some people had cultivated for countless years, but had never seen a quasi-paragon Dao weapon with their own eyes. You are? The moment the disheveled old man saw Gu Fei's appearance, he nearly peed his pants. Zhao Chao, you're really trash. You haven't captured Taoist Tai Shui and the others after so long? The other saint of the Zhao family was called Zhao Yuan. Both of them were the patriarchs of the primordial era's Zhao family. Their cultivation realms were extremely strong, and no one dared to offend them. Zhao Yuan, why don't you do it? The disheveled old man said coldly. Lowering his head, he saw that his hands that were wielding the Heaven-Quake hammer were riddled with countless wounds that were oozing blood. At that moment, the disheveled old man was both shocked and furious. When Zhao Chao, who was flying over from afar, caught sight of Gu Fei, he stumbled and nearly fell from the sky. Gu Fei? How is that possible? Zhao Chao glared at the black-robed young man opposite him, and his heart was in turmoil. It was no wonder that Taoist Tai Shui would kill Zhao Xiu. It was because Gu Fei had returned. Gu Fei. Zhao Chao was scared out of his wits. Humph. Go and die yourselves. Gu Fei looked at the two holy venerables coldly. They were holy venerables. But so what? It wasn't like he had not killed them in the past. I'll fight it out with you. Zhao Chao roared and channeled the power within his body crazily. An extremely violent energy wave rippled out in all directions, destroying everything in its path. It was as though the entire world could no longer contain Zhao Chao's powerful divine body. Do you have the right? Gu Fei laughed and punched out. The two fists collided and the sound of bones cracking rang out as Zhao Chao staggered back with a tragic cry. However, there was no way Gu Fei would let Zhao Chao off. With a single step, he disappeared into the void. By the time he appeared again, he was above Zhao Chao's head. Bam! Chapter 4209. The arrival of two holy venerables from the Zhao clan shook the entire Wanxiang city. Countless cultivators in the city were terrified to the extreme. If not for the city protecting array isolating the holy venerable's aura, those with weaker cultivations would have exploded long ago. The aura of a holy venerate was extremely powerful. Just a trace of it could suppress the void and make all living things bow down. This was a holy venerate. A high and mighty holy venerate could look down on the world. They could shatter stars with a flick of their fingers and swallow the sun and moon with their mouths. They were the strongest existences below the quasi-supremes. The Zhao clan had sent out two holy venerables at once. It was clear that the Zhao clan wanted to destroy Wanxiang City. Zhao Xiu's death had infuriated the entire Zhao clan. The Zhao clan, which Zhao Xiu belonged to, had lost their most outstanding successor who was fighting for the position of clan head. Zhao Xiu was also their relative. The disheveled old man, Zhao Chao, was actually Zhao Xiu's ancestor. Zhao Xiu was the most outstanding disciple in his lineage. Roar! At this moment, Zhao Chao let out an unwilling roar and fell towards a forest outside Wanxiang City like a meteor. Boom! There was a loud sound and dust soared into the sky. The entire forest was covered by the dust. A figure charged out from the dust. His entire body was covered in lightning. Every bolt of lightning emitted a horrifying aura of destruction. Every bolt of lightning was like an ancestral dragon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. When Gu Fei saw this scene, he could not help but feel surprised. This fellow cultivated the Thunder Dao cultivation technique. Furthermore, the power of lightning could take the form of a dragon. Could it be a cultivation technique of the Thunder Dragon race? The Thunder Dragon was an ancient divine beast, a type of the dragon race. The dragon had 9 sons, each of them different. Hence, the dragon race was divided into several major categories. Legend had it that the Thunder Dragon was a living creature born from chaotic lightning. It was extremely powerful and could hunt ferocious beasts the moment it was born. It consumed ferocious beasts as food. Kill. Zhao Chao's hair was disheveled and his body was covered in blood. He roared furiously as he charged at Gu Fei. Boom. Countless lightning balls rushed out from Zhao Chao's body and bombarded towards Gu Fei. Every inch of the void was filled with a horrifying aura of destruction. This was even more terrifying than divine punishment. Everywhere the lightning balls passed, the void would shatter and destroy everything. However, the next scene left everyone dumbfounded. Gu Fei opened his mouth and inhaled. All the destructive lightning balls in the sky flew into his mouth and were swallowed cleanly. Even the traces of lightning in the air were swallowed by him. How is this possible? Everyone found it hard to believe. Zhao Chao was the primordial Zhao clan's holy venerate patriarch. How could Gu Fei resolve the full-powered attack of this patriarch so easily? Swallowing lightning in one's mouth was too crazy. Everyone stared at Gu Fei in a daze. A layer of lightning appeared on the surface of his body, but this layer of lightning quickly disappeared into his body. When Zhao Chao saw this scene, his eyeballs nearly fell out of their sockets. No one knew the might of his move better than him. Even a holy venerate with a cultivation similar to his could not swallow his lightning ball in one gulp. Not bad. Gu Fei let out a burp. What? Zhao Chao was both shocked and angry. He was the lightning seigneur of the primordial Zhao clan. In fact, in the eastern domain, the experts of the older generation all called this lightning seigneur Madman Zhao behind his back. This fellow was usually crazy, and when he went berserk, even Zhao Tiangang, the current head of the Zhao family, had to give way. Roar! Madman Zhao roared at the sky. He was at his peak. Although he knew that his opponent was Gu Fei, it was impossible for him to kill himself. So what if it was Gu Fei? He was determined to fight him. Violent thunder power erupted from his body. Endless lightning bloomed on his body, instantly turning into a sea of thunder and lightning. Gu Fei smiled and threw a punch. It seemed like an ordinary punch, but it had the power to turn something rotten into something magical. The moment his fist punched out, all the lightning around Madman Zhao disappeared. The next moment, a dull sound of impact rang out from Madman Zhao's body. The clothes on Madman Zhao's back were instantly torn to shreds, and a fist mark protruded from his back. This was a fist technique that Gu Fei had created by combining the strengths of various clans. With Gu Fei's current cultivation, it was naturally difficult for him to bring out the true power of this fist technique. However, Gu Fei's punch wasn't something that just anyone could block. Damn it, I'm not willing. Madman Zhao's figure paused. In the next moment, countless cracks appeared on his body. Then, his entire body collapsed. Even his primordial spirit shattered into specks of primordial spirit light that dissipated into the void. A heavenly sovereign was killed just like that by a seemingly casual punch from Gu Fei. The other heavenly sovereign of the Zhao clan, Zhao Yuan, was stunned by this scene. This Gu Fei was indeed worthy of his reputation. He killed a heavenly sovereign with a single punch. That was a heavenly sovereign. Heavenly sovereigns were existences that could do whatever they wanted in the entire mortal realm. One should know that there were not many quasi-sovereigns in the mortal realm. Zhao Yuan turned around and fled. However, Gu Fei took a step forward and caught up to Zhao Yuan in an instant. Then, he threw a punch as well. Without any suspense, Zhao Yuan let out a blood-curdling scream and was blasted into a bloody mist by Gu Fei's punch. The mist dissipated into the void, and both his body and soul were destroyed. At this moment, a black cloud appeared on the horizon. The black cloud flew towards the Wanxiang city and soon arrived near the city. There were actually countless silhouettes on the black cloud. On the black cloud, there were flags fluttering in the wind and wild beasts roaring. The leader of the group was a heavenly general wearing black metal armor. He held a battle spear in his hand and rode on a flood dragon. This heavenly general was extremely powerful. The murderous aura on his body was shocking. He was an existence that entered the Tao through killing. That's the Black Dragon Army of the Zhao clan. Someone exclaimed. I didn't expect the Zhao clan to send out the Black Dragon Army. The Iron Blood Taoist said in surprise. Looks like the Zhao clan is determined to destroy us. Zhuge Liang's expression was extremely grim. The Black Dragon Army of the primordial Zhao clan was the most elite army of the primordial Zhao clan. They had once fought bloody battles and conquered a huge territory for the Zhao clan. Iron Blood Taoist, come out and face your death. The heavenly general roared furiously, and his voice spread far and wide. What can you do to me if I come out? Iron Blood Taoist said as he rushed over to the black cloud. Kill. The heavenly general waved his hand and countless soldiers dispersed, forming a killing formation. The moment the killing formation was set up, the weather changed and the sun and moon dimmed. The terrifying murderous aura caused everyone to feel extreme fear. Kill. 100,000 black dragon soldiers roared at the same time. Murderous aura filled the sky as an extremely powerful force gathered rapidly. In the next moment, the Iron Blood Taoist realized that his surroundings had turned pitch black, as though he had entered a world without any light. Clang. As if countless weapons had been unsheathed, countless weapons appeared in the dark void around him. Sabers, spears, swords, and halberds all emitted terrifying waves of energy. Then, the countless weapons flew towards the Iron Blood Taoist in an overwhelming manner. The Iron Blood Taoist was shocked. He used the phoenix's tribulation without hesitation. With a phoenix's cry, a godly phoenix charged out from his body and immediately protected him. The countless weapons that were slashing at him instantly turned into nothingness as soon as they came into contact with the divine fire that spread from the godly phoenix's body. Boom! In the next moment, an endless amount of divine fire exploded and instantly devoured the Iron Blood Taoist. Everyone was shocked at the sight of this. A cold snicker was heard from the sea of fire. Then, a figure broke through the layers of divine fire and charged out. The Iron Blood Taoist seemed to have turned into a phoenix as he charged towards the general. However, in the next moment, the general disappeared, and all the Iron Blood Taoist could see was darkness all around him. An illusion formation? The Iron Blood Taoist was shocked. Watch out. At that moment, Gu Fei's voice was heard. Then, the Iron Blood Taoist felt a sharp pain in his back. A battle spear had pierced through his body and pinned him in the void. You're asking for death. Gu Fei's voice was heard again. In the next moment, the Iron Blood Taoist fell from the sky and his surroundings suddenly lit up. When the Iron Blood Taoist looked around, he was shocked to see corpses all around him and broken weapons scattered everywhere. The entire place looked like a blood-colored hell. I'm not dead yet. The Iron Blood Taoist heard Gu Fei's voice. The Iron Blood Taoist hurriedly looked in the direction of the voice and saw Gu Fei standing majestically on a dragon nearby, looking at him. He had only been stabbed by a spear. The injury to his sacred body was nothing serious. Thank you for saving me, Master, the Iron Blood Taoist hurriedly said. It turned out that when the Iron Blood Taoist was trapped by the killing formation, Gu Fei had made a move. With a thunderous strike, he had directly broken the killing formation. Even the general had been killed with a single punch. With a single stomp, he had killed the general's mount, the old flood dragon. The Zhao family of the ancients had been completely annihilated. The Black Dragon army of 100,000 had been destroyed. When the news reached the ancestral land of the Zhao family, the entire family was shocked. However, compared to the annihilation of the Black Dragon army, another piece of news shocked the entire Zhao family of the ancients even more. Gu Fei is back? How is that possible? Zhao Tiangang, the head of the Zhao family, had an extremely ugly expression. That Gu Fei dared to annihilate the Black Dragon army. The Zhao family will not rest until he is dead. In the ancestral land of the Zhao family, a young man in embroidered clothes standing next to Zhao Tiangang roared angrily in the main hall of the ancestral palace. Bastard! Zhao Tiangang's expression changed drastically when he heard that. He slapped the young man in embroidered clothes away, knocking out half of his teeth. The others in the main hall were also shocked. Father, why did you hit me? The young man felt extremely wronged. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will kill you. Zhao Tiangang stared at the young man and roared angrily. The young man shrank his neck and did not dare to speak again. Gu Fei is back. Chapter 42:10. Gu Fei had returned. The news swept across the entire human world like a storm. Countless people and forces were alarmed, especially the demons. After learning of Gu Fei's return, they stopped all attacks on Wanxiang City. Dongfang Juanxiang, the envoy of the Dongfang family, died in Wanxiang City. The entire Dongfang family was furious and their army was already on the way. However, after learning of Gu Fei's return, the old ancestor of the Dongfang family who was leading the army was so scared that he peed his pants and hurried back with the army. Gu Fei was the fiercest person in the human world. Who would dare to provoke him? No wonder Zhao Jianfeng of the Zhao family and Dongfang Juanxiong of the Dongfang family died in Wanxiang City. Based on the Iron Blood Taoist character, he would definitely not dare to offend two major forces at the same time. Only Gu Fei had no scruples. In the human world, there was no one that Gu Fei did not dare to touch. As long as he was offended, he would even dare to kill the demon ancestor. Gu Fei's reputation wasn't just for show, he had killed his way through. When the news of Gu Fei defeating the 100,000 Black Dragon army of the Zhao family of the Primordial spread, the world was even more shocked. Who else could it be other than Gu Fei's style of doing things? Meanwhile, Zhao Tiangang, the head of the Zhao family, felt his heart bleeding. Those were the most elite soldiers of the Zhao family of the Primordial. Every soldier had the cultivation of an immortal or above. The commander of the Black Dragon army was a great sage. A Black Dragon army made up of 100,000 immortals was definitely a big move. Only the primordial forces could have such a move. Other forces might not even have a few thousand immortal-level soldiers. The Iron Blood Taoist had been running Wanxiang City for many years. The territory under his rule was the largest in the East region. Even though the Zhao family of the Primordial and the Dongfang family had been encroaching on it in recent years, his territory was still much larger than the Zhao family. However, so what if he ruled the endless territory? The Iron Blood Taoist could not build an army of 100,000 immortals. That was the foundation that had been passed down for countless years. It was not something that a new force could compare with. The foundation of the primordial Zhao clan was unimaginable to outsiders. Gu Fei had returned and destroyed the Black Dragon army of the Zhao family of the primordial region. The Zhao family of the primordial region didn't even dare to fart. However, although Gu Fei had made a strong comeback, he was very clear about his own strength. If he encountered an opponent above the sage level, he would use his doppelganger to fight. Actually, it wasn't Gu Fei's real body that had annihilated the Zhao family of the ancients' 100,000-strong Black Dragon army, but his clone. With his current cultivation level, he could only compete with sages. He needed to improve his cultivation as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would be in big trouble. If a true quasi-supreme being were to make a move, even his two clones wouldn't be able to withstand it. After all, clones were clones, so their cultivation and battle prowess were naturally inferior to the main body of the same realm. What Gu Fei needed was his own strength. Using his clone to fight was only a temporary measure. Because of Gu Fei's return, the originally turbulent eastern region actually calmed down. All the forces were intimidated. This ruthless person was an existence that even dared to flatten the eastern region's Devil's Den. The eastern region's Devil's Den was once one of the strongest forces in the eastern region. Even the Dongfang clan and the Zhao family of the primordial region couldn't shake it. However, Gu Fei had flattened the Devil's Den and killed the demon ancestor. Now that Gu Fei had returned, who would dare to act rashly? Very quickly, someone discovered that the Zhao clan and Dongfang clan's territories in Wanxiang City, which they had annexed over the years, were quietly changing. The Dongfang clan and Zhao clan's people had all retreated in a single night. That's not enough. Not only will you spit out everything you ate from me, I will also collect interest. Gu Fei said such words. He couldn't let the Zhao and Dongfang clan of the primordial region off so easily. This time, he didn't mind starting a war because these fellows were really asking for a beating. If he didn't beat these fellows up and make them feel pain and fear, these fellows would still play dirty tricks on him in the future. When the Iron Blood Taoist passed on Gu Fei's words to the Zhao and Dongfang clan of the primordial region, the two great cultivation clans were incomparably furious. Some people even threatened to fight Gu Fei to the death. However, these voices were quickly suppressed by the two clans themselves. Those who said such words were either imprisoned by the two great forces or exiled to remote areas, leaving them to fend for themselves. He's actually back. In the depths of the Dongfang clan's ancestral grounds, a voice came from a cave that sucked in and out chaotic qi. Outside the cave, there were two old men guarding it. These two old men were the patriarchs of the Dongfang clan. No matter what request he makes, we must fulfill it. Such a voice came from the cave. Yes, the two patriarchs outside nodded in response. At the same time, in the ancestral grounds of the Zhao family of the primordial region, the Zhao family's patriarch, Zhao Tiangang, had no choice but to bow his head. Not only did they hand over the territory they had originally annexed, but they also ceded 36 cities to Gu Fei as compensation. 36 cities, that was an area with a radius of tens of thousands of miles. Zhao Tiangang's heart was bleeding. This was really going for wool and coming home shorn. No one could have imagined that Gu Fei would come back. The Dongfang clan also paid a corresponding price, and the demons were as if they were facing a great enemy. After the demon's den was destroyed, the eastern domain was still occupied by demons. It was a demon valley, called the Heavenly Demon Valley. There was a heavenly demon in it. It was a holy, venerable level heavenly demon, peerlessly powerful. Unless a quasi-supreme came out, no one could do anything to this heavenly demon. Now that Gu Fei had returned, after the heavenly demon in the Heavenly Demon Valley got the news, he directly contacted the extreme North Demon region, wanting to invite the demon ancestor of the extreme North Demon region to come and deal with Gu Fei. However, Zhang Renhuang was in charge of the northern domain, and in the extreme North Demon region, there was a peerless, ruthless person guarding the largest demon's den, making it difficult for the demon ancestor to leave the extreme North Demon region. Although the demon ancestor was not invited, there was an extremely powerful great demon coming. On this day, a huge demonic light rose from the Heavenly Demon Valley, breaking the void between heaven and earth. Countless demonic shadows appeared in the demonic light, descended from the sky along with the demonic light, and fell into the Heavenly Demon Valley. That is, outside the Heavenly Demon Valley, some cultivators were alarmed. When they saw the scene in the sky, they were inexplicably shocked. The Heavenly Demon Valley is unusual? The news quickly spread, and all the major forces in the Eastern Domain were alarmed. Ever since Gu Fei destroyed the East Demon Lair, the Eastern Domain was still plagued by demons, especially the heavenly demons in the Heavenly Demon Valley, who had gathered a group of demons to fight against the major forces. The Zhao family and the Dongfang family naturally did not want to fight with the Heavenly Demon Valley, which would weaken their own strength. Moreover, the Heavenly Demon Valley was against the Wanxiang city, and this was something that everyone knew. The biggest reason why the Zhao family and the Dongfang family did not destroy the Heavenly Demon Valley was that they wanted to use the Heavenly Demon Valley to destroy the Iron Blood Taoist. However, the Iron Blood Taoist was not easy to bully. Every time the demons attacked, they were repelled by him. Destroy the Heavenly Demon Valley, and then be on your way. Chapter 42:11. A golden condor suddenly appeared in the sky above Wanxiang City. The golden condor spread its wings and covered the entire sky. There was a person standing on the golden condor. It was a lady in purple. Countless cultivators in the city were astonished. One should know that Gu Fei had returned. Who would dare to be so arrogant and charge into Wanxiang City on a golden condor? Gu Fei suddenly looked up at the sky under a big tree in the backyard of the city lord's mansion in Wanxiang City. At this moment, the purple-clothed woman standing on the golden condor seemed to have also sensed Gu Fei's presence. She directly flew towards the city lord mansion and landed there. No one stopped her. Neither the Iron Blood Taoist nor Zhuge Liang appeared. Whoosh! The golden condor carried the lady in purple and landed in the backyard of the city lord's mansion. The lady in purple jumped down from the condor's back and landed in front of Gu Fei. The princess of the Qing clan? Gu Fei immediately saw through the lady in purple. One should know that one's bloodline couldn't lie. The aura exuded by the lady in purple was different from the others. This aura was comparable to the old tortoises. The bloodline of an absolute expert would naturally have the unique mark of an absolute expert. The old tortoise's body had the Tai Huang's mark. The emperor of the Qing clan was in existence on the same level as the Tai Huang. He could compete with supremes and ultimate emperor realm experts. Qin Yao? There was only one princess of the Qin clan. I didn't expect Brother Gu to know me too. Qin Yao was very happy. At this moment, the golden condor in the sky shrunk rapidly and landed on her shoulder. The princess of the Qin clan. It's impossible for me not to know you, Gu Fei said indifferently. I didn't know that the princess would come. Please excuse me for not going out to welcome you. At this moment, a person walked in from outside. This person was Zhuge Liang. Why is the princess here? Zhuge Liang continued. Brother Gu, aren't you going to embark on the human race's ancient road? Qin Yao glanced at Zhuge Liang and asked, How did you know? Gu Fei frowned. Other than Zhuge Liang, Iron Blood Taoist, and the others, no one else knew the purpose of his return to the human world. Could it be that the news was leaked so quickly? Qin Yao smiled and extended her right hand. A ball of fire immediately appeared in her palm. Within the fire, a young girl knelt on one knee. Her body was stained with blood. In front of the young girl was a huge figure. When Gu Fei saw this, he was immediately moved. The young girl that appeared in the flames was Gu Ling. From the looks of it, she was fighting with some kind of powerful creature, and the situation was not optimistic. When Zhuge Liang saw the figure in the flames, he was immediately shocked. That was young Master Gu Ling. Had young Master Gu Ling met with danger? How did you get this image? Gu Fei's voice turned cold. This is a piece of signal fire. I accidentally intercepted it. Qin Yao withdrew her right hand, and the flames on her hand disappeared. When did this happen? Gu Fei's expression became even colder. 3 days ago. Qin Yao didn't waste any time. 3 days ago, Gu Fei muttered to himself. The message was sent 3 days ago. 3 days had passed. What happened to Ling Er? What he could be sure of now was that Ling Er was still alive and not dead. Gu Fei had already prepared a backup plan before Gu Ling and the others stepped onto the human race's ancient road. If Gu Ling and the others had fallen, he would know immediately. Zhuge Liang, go and prepare immediately. I want to flatten the Heaven Devil Valley. Gu Fei didn't want to wait any longer. Yes, master. Zhuge Liang hurriedly accepted the order and left. You want to destroy the Heaven Devil Valley? Qin Yao couldn't help but be shocked when she heard this. The Heaven Devil Valley was not simple. It had the support of the extreme North Devil region, and even the primordial Zhao clan and the Dongfang family were very wary of it. Is there a problem? Gu Fei looked at Qin Yao and said indifferently, There's no problem. Qin Yao said. Gu Fei wanted to flatten the Heaven Devil Valley. This was a big matter. She had long heard that the East Region Devil Lair was destroyed by Gu Fei. Even the sky-ruined Forbidden Ground was destroyed by Gu Fei. This time, he had just returned, and he wanted to start with the Heaven Devil Valley. If this news spread, the whole world would be shocked. Do you know where Ling Er is? Gu Fei probed. I don't know, but I know who the guy fighting with your daughter is. Qin Yao said after thinking for a while. Oh, who is it? Gu Fei asked. Someone actually dared to attack his daughter. He deserved to die. Primordial ancestral star, celestial race. Qin Yao said directly. Primordial ancestral star? Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this. Ling Er actually successfully went to the primordial ancestral star? That was one of the 5 great ancestral stars of the human realm. This was just the soaring dragon ancestral star. Among the 5 great ancestral stars, the most mysterious one was the primordial ancestral star. Celestial race? I hope Ling Er is fine. Otherwise, this race doesn't need to exist anymore. As Gu Fei said this, a cold, murderous aura spread out from his body. Qin Yao felt the murderous aura from Gu Fei and couldn't help but be shocked. She seemed to see a horrifying hell from Gu Fei. First, I will destroy the Heaven Devil Valley. Then I will step on the ancient road of the human race. Gu Fei stood up and took a step forward. In an instant, he disappeared into the void. Let's go and watch the show, Qin Yao said as she flew up. The golden eagle on her shoulder soared into the sky and instantly grew bigger. A purple figure directly landed on the golden eagle's back. Swoosh! The golden eagle flapped its wings and turned into a ray of golden light as it disappeared into the distance. Meanwhile, the entire myriad city started moving. Countless soldiers charged out, and gathered at the square in front of the city governor's estate. Numerous powerful figures charged out from the city governor's estate as well. Today, Master will lead us to annihilate Heaven Devil Valley. Do all of you dare to fight Heaven Devil Valley? The Iron Blood Taoist's voice entered the ears of every soldier present and spread throughout the entire city. Fight! 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 Countless soldiers raised their arms and roared furiously, and their voices spread far and wide. Every single soldier's blood was boiling. They'd been too aggrieved all these years. Today, it was finally time for them to vent their frustrations. Then let's fight. The Iron Blood Taoist roared furiously. The saints behind him were extremely excited as well. With Master's help, wouldn't annihilating Heaven Devil Valley be a piece of cake? All those years ago, the Eastern Devil's Den was countless times stronger than the current Heaven Devil Valley. However, they didn't know that Gu Fei wasn't the same Gu Fei from all those years ago. However, annihilating Heaven Devil Valley wasn't a problem. As the army of Myriad City set out, Gu Fei had already arrived at a mountain outside Heaven Devil Valley. Chapter 42:12. The enmity between Gu Fei and the demons could be traced back to when he first started his career. Back then, the demonic lord of Six Paths attacked Taishin Mountain, the scene of demonic aura blotting out the sky, as if doomsday had arrived, was still fresh in his memory. The demonic lord of Six Paths was probably already dead. Since then, he and the demons became mortal enemies. In particular, the demons among the demons did not hesitate to collect the souls of humans in order to cultivate their demonic arts. They did many things that angered the heavens and the people. The demons often massacred cities and destroyed countries, causing blood to flow like rivers. It was precisely because of this that the demons became the enemies of the world. At this moment, Gu Fei was standing on a mountain peak outside Sky Demon Valley. He looked toward the valley and saw that the demonic aura in front of him was surging violently. He could vaguely see a demonic figure within the demonic aura. Whoosh! At this moment, a golden divine light rushed over from the distance. Within the golden light was a divine bird, and on the back of the divine bird stood a purple-robed woman. It was the golden divine bird, and the purple-robed woman on the back of the golden divine bird was none other than Princess Qin Yao. Since Gu Fei wanted to destroy Sky Demon Valley, she naturally would not miss the opportunity. It should be noted that this would definitely be an earth-shattering battle. Sky Demon Valley was not a place to be trifled with. It was backed by a lineage of the demons of the far north demon region. Moreover, the Valley Master of Sky Demon Valley was a holy venerate-level demon. In the current world, unless a quasi-supreme showed up, a holy venerate would be invincible. Of course, Quasi-Supreme would not usually make a move, but under special circumstances, they would still make a move. Once a Quasi-Supreme made a move, it would definitely be earth-shattering. Just as Gu Fei arrived at the outskirts of Sky Demon Valley, the Iron Blood Taoist in Wanxiang City finally managed to gather 50,000 soldiers after a Herculean effort. Let's go! With the Iron Blood Taoist's order, the 50,000 soldiers rose into the sky and floated into the distance like a black cloud. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the horizon. The terrifying murderous aura also dissipated into the void. Everyone in Wanxiang City was indescribably shocked. Who was the city lord going to find trouble with? That was 50,000 soldiers. Wanxiang City only had 30,000 soldiers, while the other 20,000 were transferred from other cities. This time, the Myriad Phenomenon City turned out in full strength. They were determined to exterminate the Heavenly Devil Valley. Demon bastards, come out and die! Gu Fei roared towards the Heavenly Devil Valley. Rumble! The entire world was shaking, and a large portion of the demonic clouds in front of them were dispersed. Who are you? Right at this moment, a furious roar resounded from within the gorge, and then a mighty old man with white hair and white brows approached them. If they did not know that these people were demons, even the Lord would not be able to see through them. The person who will kill you. Gu Fei did not waste any time and directly punched out as he spoke. Roar! The old man roared and spat out a bolt of lightning towards Gu Fei. Boom! Gu Fei's fist collided with the other party's lightning, and a terrifying destructive storm erupted in all directions. The demonic aura that enveloped the heavenly Devil Valley was dispersed, and the old man was sent flying. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. The old man was one of the top 3 experts in the heavenly Devil Valley, and yet he was defeated by Gu Fei with a single punch. How was this possible? Swoosh! Gu Fei chased after the old man like a shadow and gave him another kick. With a dull sound, the old man screamed in pain. Like a meteorite, he fell from the sky and smashed into the mountain ridge. A cloud of dust rushed out from where the old man was. Can't even withstand a single blow. As Gu Fei spoke, he took a step forward and arrived in the sky above the heavenly Devil Valley. Break! Gu Fei let out a furious roar as he punched down with both fists. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire sky Devil Valley shook. Terrifying and monstrous energy ripples spread in all directions, and countless cracks appeared in the void. This was actually Gu Fei's doppelganger attacking. His original body had long entered the inner world. A huge light shield enveloped the entire valley. This was the guardian formation of the heavenly Devil Valley being activated and operating. Again, Gu Fei's doppelganger was extremely powerful, and he punched again. The powerful force shook the guardian formation of the heavenly Devil Valley. At this time, countless soldiers began to set up the formation, and violent and powerful forces quickly gathered. Buzz! The void shook, and the endless power of space was vast and mighty. Attack! The general of the heavenly Devil Valley roared and pointed at Gu Fei. Boom! 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 Rays of demonic light rushed out from the valley, piercing towards Gu Fei at an extremely fast speed. However, Gu Fei just opened his mouth and inhaled, and the endless demonic light was swallowed by him. This guy, the experts of the demons in the heavenly Devil Valley were really scared when they saw this scene. The leading general of the heavenly Devil Valley was called Blood Wolf Demon Lord, who was also the Valley Master of the heavenly Devil Valley. He was a holy venerate level demon lord. Who is that? Is he Gu Fei? Blood Wolf Demon Lord stared at the figure in the sky and said coldly. Seeing Gu Fei's momentum, the experts of the demons in the heavenly Devil Valley were extremely shocked. So what if Gu Fei comes personally? At this time, a tall middle-aged man wearing a dark golden demonic armor stood up. He had a stern aura, and there was a hideous scar on his face that extended from his forehead to his chin. His eyes were fierce and vicious. Hee, Heavenly Bear Demon Lord is right. The disciples of the demons beside the middle-aged man quickly said with a fawning look on their faces. Blood Wolf Demon Lord's blood-devouring demonic art had been cultivated to the pinnacle. As long as there was a drop of blood, he would not die. It was said that he had an immortal body. Heavenly Bear Demon Lord's cultivation was second only to Blood Wolf Demon Lord, and he was the second most powerful person in the heavenly Devil Valley. At this time, a dazzling divine light suddenly rushed out from Gu Fei's clone. In the next moment, he broke through the protective formation of the heavenly Devil Valley and rushed in. Boom! Gu Fei's doppelganger descended from the sky, crushing the ground and creating a huge crater with every step. He walked out of the pit step by step. Haha, I thought it was some big shot. So it's just a little kid. Little guy, are you here to die? Blood Wolf Demon Lord had never seen Gu Fei before, and he immediately laughed out loud with a disdainful look. Gu Fei didn't say a word. With a push of his feet, he dashed towards the Blood Dragon Demon Venerate, leaving a trail of dust behind him. The surrounding spectators were shocked to the extreme when they saw this. This guy, even Blood Wolf Demon Lord's expression changed at this time. He was extremely solemn. In the next moment, he crazily circulated the blood-devouring demonic art, and a faint layer of blood light appeared on his body. He took a deep breath, and his entire body grew bigger. Every muscle on his body was vibrating, releasing a strong blood-devouring demonic force. At this time, Gu Fei's clone had already rushed in front of Blood Wolf Demon Lord. Roar! Blood Dragon Demon Lord roared and attacked with all his might. He gathered all the strength in his body and threw a punch. Bam! With a muffled sound, Gu Fei's clone collided with Blood Wolf Demon Lord's fist. In the next moment, Blood Wolf Demon Lord's entire arm exploded, and he was sent flying thousands of feet away, rolling on the ground. How is this possible? Blood Wolf Demon Lord supported his upper body and stared in disbelief at the black-robed young man who was walking towards him step by step. At this time, the soldiers under Blood Wolf Demon Lord were all dumbfounded by this scene. The Blood Wolf Demonic Venerate was a great perfection holy Venerate. He was exceptionally strong. However, Gu Fei's clone shattered the Blood Wolf Demonic Venerate's right arm with one punch, severely injuring this Demonic Venerate. At this time, Gu Fei's clone arrived in front of Blood Wolf Demon Lord and looked down at him indifferently. Blood Wolf Demon Lord was terrified to the extreme as though he had seen a ghost. At this time, Heavenly Bear Demon Lord wanted to take action, but Gu Fei's technique was simply too shocking. This made Heavenly Bear Demon Lord hesitate. Heavenly Demon Valley? It's just us. Gu Fei's clone shook his head. Don't get too full of yourself. My big brother will definitely avenge me. Blood Wolf Demon Lord glared at Gu Fei's clone and gritted his teeth. You mean the one in the extreme North Demon region? Once this is over, I'll make a trip to the extreme North Demon region, Gu Fei's clone said indifferently. What? Blood Wolf Demon Lord was shocked. In his agitation, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Gu Fei's clone did not waste any more words with Blood Wolf Demon Lord. He stomped on Blood Wolf Demon Lord's head, causing it to explode. In the end, Gu Fei set Blood Wolf Demon Lord's corpse on fire and burned it to ashes. It was only then that Heavenly Bear Demon Lord and the soldiers of Heavenly Demon Valley regained their senses. Set up the battle formation and kill this guy. Although Blood Wolf Demon Lord was dead, he still wanted to fight. After all, whether he fought or not, Gu Fei would not let them off. The soldiers of Heavenly Demon Valley did not retreat in fear. Kill. Without hesitation, Gu Fei's clone stomped on the ground. Like an ancient war elephant, he charged towards the battle formation formed by the soldiers of Heavenly Demon Valley. Release the arrows. A demon general ordered immediately. In the next moment, a series of air-piercing sounds were heard. Black demon arrows streaked across the sky, shooting towards Gu Fei's clone. Oomph! Gu Fei's doppelganger sneered and waved his hands. The countless arrows that were shot at him were immediately knocked away by him. They couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. Some of the arrows were bounced back, injuring and killing more than a dozen demon soldiers. Spears, shields. Seeing that they could not stop Gu Fei's clone, another demon general roared and changed the formation. In the next moment, dozens of pitch-black shields were erected by the soldiers of Heavenly Demon Valley, forming a shield formation in front of them. When Gu Fei's clone arrived, dozens of battle spears suddenly pierced towards Gu Fei's clone through the gaps left by the shields. However, Gu Fei's clone completely ignored the sharpness of the battle spears and rammed head-on into them. Boom! With a loud bang, dozens of shields were smashed into pieces. The soldiers of Heavenly Demon Valley who were holding the shields were sent flying, screaming in pain. The sharp battle spears did not even leave a mark on Gu Fei's clone. Chapter 42:13. Using doppelgangers to fight was the safest method. Gu Fei's main body only needed to watch from the inner world through the mystic light technique. At that moment, Gu Fei was lying on a chair in a valley in the inner world, enjoying the legendary peach of immortality as he looked at the mystic light mirror opposite him. In the mystic light mirror, his doppelganger charged straight into Sky Devil Valley. The 100,000 demon soldiers could not stop the black-robed youth. The black-robed youth rampaged through the battle formation formed by the 100,000 demon soldiers. Everywhere he passed, countless demon soldiers were turned into bloody mist, their bodies and souls destroyed. The power of Gu Fei's avatar spread out. Other than the demon soldiers that were turned into bloody mist, there were also countless demon soldiers that were sent flying. Those demon soldiers that were sent flying were already dead in the air. What's Sky Devil Valley? It's just a house. Gu Fei's doppelganger said disdainfully. He pulled his hands in front of him, and a crescent-shaped blade of light immediately appeared in front of him. At that moment, countless demon soldiers rushed towards him. Go! Gu Fei flicked his finger, and the crescent-shaped blade of light in front of him immediately spun forward. Everywhere it passed, demon soldiers were cut in half at the waist, their blood splattering everywhere. This attack from Gu Fei's doppelganger killed thousands of demon soldiers. Roar! When Demon Lord Tian Xiong saw this, his eyes turned red, his body trembled, and the demon armor on his body immediately shattered. His entire body swelled up, and thick fur grew rapidly from his body. In the blink of an eye, a huge demon bear the size of a small mountain appeared in front of Gu Fei's doppelganger. The demon bear's body erupted with a terrifying fiendish aura, and it directly slapped towards Gu Fei's doppelganger. The demon bear's huge hand descended from the sky, and violent demon Dao power descended from its palm. Sand and stones flew everywhere, and the sun and moon lost their light. Gu Fei's doppelganger leaped to the side. Boom! With a loud bang, the demonic bear's palm fell, directly smashing a huge rock that weighed hundreds of thousands of kilograms under his feet. The entire ground shook violently like waves. Countless demon soldiers in the surroundings were shaken to the ground. Roar! Demon Bear was extremely ferocious. When its palm couldn't hit Gu Fei's doppelganger, it immediately stomped on Gu Fei's doppelganger. Gu Fei's doppelganger moved quickly, casually shooting out beams of divine light. Those divine lights were like peerless divine swords, piercing through the demonic weapons, causing demonic blood to splatter everywhere. A large number of demon soldiers fell to the ground and died. Damn it! Heavenly Bear Demon Lord was about to go crazy. These were the demon soldiers that he had painstakingly trained. They were the elites of the elites. Each of them had the cultivation of a demon god. They were a demon army that he had brought out from the far north demon region. Even in the far north demon region, where there was a forest of demons, this demon army was enough to wipe out an entire region. However, such a powerful demon army was actually unable to withstand a single blow from Gu Fei. This was truly unbelievable to Heavenly Bear Demon Lord. Could it be that this Gu Fei was actually a quasi-supreme? Gu Fei's strength shocked and angered Heavenly Bear Demon Lord. Rumble. An extremely shocking sound came from within the Heavenly Bear Demon Army. It was like the rumbling of the nine heavens' thunder. The next moment, the black fur of this heavenly bear actually turned golden. Is it popular to play with transformations these days? In his inner world, Gu Fei couldn't help but be interested when he saw this scene. However, his own cultivation was too weak. Against such a demon lord, he still didn't know who his opponent was. Of course, he had the eternal real bone. Even a demon lord wouldn't be able to kill him. However, if the other party couldn't kill him and sealed him, it would be difficult for him to escape. Right now, Gu Fei was very worried about this point. At this time, in Heaven Demon Valley, the sounds of killing shook the heavens. There were corpses of demon soldiers everywhere. The demon blood on the ground gathered into small streams, and broken weapons were scattered all over the ground. When the Qin clan's princess, Qin Yao, arrived and saw this scene, she was shocked. This Gu Fei was truly a peerless monster. He actually killed his way into Heaven Demon Valley alone and fought against 100,000 demon soldiers. This was too amazing. When Qin Yao was born, Gu Fei was already about to leave the human world. She had only heard about Gu Fei from others. She had never seen Gu Fei in action before. However, she actually met Gu Ling and the others outside the entrance of the human race's ancient road. Gu Fei's daughter and disciple were indeed extraordinary. Today, when she saw Gu Fei, she realized that he was indeed as powerful and invincible as the rumors said. Qin Yao didn't go down. She only watched from the sky. Within Heaven Demon Valley, the demonic qi was vast and boundless. Countless demon soldiers were charging towards Gu Fei with no regard for their own safety. However, in front of Gu Fei, these powerful demon soldiers were as weak as ants. What shocked Qin Yao the most was that this Gu Fei seemed to be able to see through the weaknesses of the demon soldiers with a single glance. With a casual strike, he was able to break through the demon soldiers' battle formation. This allowed him to kill a large number of demon soldiers. Could it be that this fella has done some research on the Tao of formations? Qin Yao muttered to herself. One must know that if one wasn't proficient in battle formations and battle techniques, Gu Fei wouldn't be able to see through the weaknesses of a battle formation with a single glance. At this time, Gu Fei had already started fighting against the Golden Demon Lord Tian Xiong. Qin Yao didn't know that this Gu Fei wasn't Gu Fei's true body. Gu Fei clenched his right fist and punched out at the demon Lord Tianstong. There were no berserk ripples, nor was there any blinding godly light. It looked like a punch that an ordinary person would throw out. However, it still managed to send the transformed heavenly bear demon lord flying. After transforming, the body of the transformed demon lord Tianxiong was extremely strong. It was already infinitely close to the body of a quasi-utmost being. Even so, he was still no match for Gu Fei. Be it in terms of strength, mystic skills, or constitution, this clone of Gu Fei was able to suppress the demon lord Tianxiong completely. All right, stop playing around. Send him on his way. Gu Fei gave the order to his clone. There was some sort of connection between him and his clone. Even though he was in the inner world, he could still control his clone. Right now, Gu Fei was in an awkward situation. His main body was weaker than his clone. If his clone had a consciousness of its own, his main body would be in danger. It wasn't as though there had never been cases of a clone devouring the main body in the world of cultivation. If his clone were to devour his main body, Gu Fei wouldn't be Gu Fei anymore. Gu Fei wouldn't allow something like that to happen. He had already prepared a backup plan. Even if his main body was weaker than his clone, he wasn't afraid. No matter how strong his clone was, it wouldn't be a threat to him. This was where Gu Fei's confidence came from. He had the ability to control the life and death of others with a single thought. He was the only one who had mastered the life forbidden spell. This kind of ancient and practical forbidden spell was perfect for him to use to control his subordinates. He had quite a lot of subordinates, but now he couldn't make use of them at all. This made him feel a little depressed. As soon as Gu Fei gave the order, the eyes of Gu Fei's clone in Heaven Demon Valley flashed with a sharp glint. I'll send you on your way. After saying that, Gu Fei's doppelganger took a step forward and instantly disappeared. What? Heavenly Bear Demon Lord was shocked. He couldn't even see the person in front of him clearly. How was this possible? His strength and speed had increased by several times? He was actually hiding his strength? Heavenly Bear Demon Lord was in disbelief. At this moment, he felt a sharp pain on his back. Then, he heard the sound of bones breaking. He was very familiar with this sound because he often crushed other people's bones. Tianstong was a devil lord, and the number of human experts who had died in his hands was uncountable. What he liked the most was to hug his enemies and crush all their bones. For a saint-level expert, they could still live even if their bones were crushed. However, it was definitely an extremely painful and terrifying thing to watch and listen to one's bones being crushed one by one. Heavenly Bear Demon Lord enjoyed other people's pain. To him, the more pain others were in, the happier he was. But now, what he heard was not the sound of other people's bones being crushed. Instead, it was his own bones being broken. This was ridiculous. Roar! Heavenly Bear Demon Lord roared. All the golden hair on his body stood up. Every strand of hair was like a demonic needle. They suddenly shot out from his body and shot in all directions. This attack had no blind spots. Every inch of the void was shrouded in golden demonic light. Oomph! Gu Fei's clone sneered. He was forced out, but he was fearless. Go to hell! Heavenly Bear Demon Lord roared. He stomped on the ground and leaped up ferociously, pouncing at Gu Fei's clone. Heavenly Bear Demon Lord's fists smashed down on Gu Fei's head with all his might. Under this attack, even the void was collapsing. It was extremely terrifying. However, Gu Fei merely raised his right hand and blocked Heavenly Bear Demon Lord's fists. What? Heavenly Bear Demon Lord was truly taken aback. His full-powered strike was actually blocked by the other party with a single hand. How was this possible? Was he in Supreme Being? Even Qin Yao, who was up in the skies, widened her mouth in shock. She was the princess of the Qin race. Naturally, her knowledge wasn't something that ordinary people could compare with. Heavenly Bear Demon Lord was a powerful being of the Heavenly Bear race. This was especially the case after he transformed. He was extremely strong. Even Qin Yao herself wouldn't dare to receive a single blow from the transformed Heavenly Bear Demon Lord head-on. But this Gu Fei was able to receive this blow from Heavenly Bear Demon Lord with ease. This sort of strength, this sort of cultivation state? Could he already be in Supreme Being? Did he use some sort of method to seal his own cultivation state? Qin Yao was extremely doubtful. Go. At this moment, within the valley, Gu Fei's clone grabbed onto one of Heavenly Bear Demon Lord's arms and swung him up, smashing him towards the group of demon soldiers on the ground. Hurry up and run. The demon soldiers on the ground had just gotten into formation and were about to strike out against the enemy in the skies. However, when they raised their heads, they realized that their Demon Lord was smashing down towards them. It was difficult for them to escape now. Boom. Chapter 42:14. Gu Fei's clone was extremely domineering as he pushed his way through, causing the demons in Sky Devil Valley to bleed like a river. The stench of blood filled the air. At this moment, Gu Fei's clone smashed Heavenly Bear Demon Lord into a formation of demonic soldiers below. In the next moment, the entire ground exploded as countless demonic soldiers were annihilated in body and soul. Dust rose as a huge pit appeared on the ground. The might of Gu Fei's smash had actually destroyed a battle formation. That was a battle formation of close to 10,000 people. With the power of close to 10,000 people gathered together, it was enough to contend against a sage. That was an immortal-grade demonic soldier. With the power of close to 10,000 immortal-grade demonic soldiers fused together, they could unleash an attack with the power of a sage. However, before the 10,000 demonic soldiers could attack, the battle formation was destroyed by Gu Fei. After his transformation, Heavenly Bear Demon Lord was extremely powerful. The strength of his demonic body was close to that of a quasi-supreme. The might of this smash would even shock Qin Yao. Roar! The roar of Heavenly Bear Demon Lord rang out from that huge pit on the ground. Terrifying sound waves spread out, causing the ground to tremble violently. Those demon soldiers that had yet to die were shaken by the sound waves and died instantly. Heavenly Bear Demon Lord had thick skin and flesh. Although this smash did not kill him, he was battered and exhausted. Heavenly Bear Demon Lord soared into the sky and came before Gu Fei's clone. You what? Go on your way. Gu Fei's clone could not be bothered to say anything more to this guy. He pointed out with a finger, and an immortal divine light shot out from the tip of his finger. This divine light emitted an extremely sharp sword chi fluctuation. Under the impact of the sword chi, the temperature of the entire world plummeted. This clone of Gu Fei cultivated in the sword Dao. With a sword in hand, he could break through all mystic arts. Roar! Heavenly Bear Demon Lord roared. Layers of demonic marks appeared on his body. The demonic marks interweaved and formed a demonic diagram in front of him. The demonic diagram sealed the void, and Heavenly Bear Devil Venerable wanted to block that sword light. However, the sword light pierced through the layers of demonic diagrams and pierced through Tianxiong Demon Venerable's chest, drawing out a stream of demonic blood. Haha, what use is that? My demon body is indestructible. Heavenly Bear Archdevil laughed maniacally. Even if his demon body was shattered, he could recover instantly. The recovery ability of the Heavenly Bear demons was definitely one of the best among the demons. At the level of the Heavenly Bear Demon Lord, he had long reached the point where he could revive from just a single drop of blood. Really? Gu Fei's doppelganger smiled. You want to kill me with mere sword chi? You're underestimating me. Demon Lord Heavenly Bear grinned as he stared at the black-robed youth. Sigh, are demons all idiots? Gu Fei's doppelganger shook his head helplessly. Who are you calling a fool? Demon Venerable Heavenly Bear was instantly enraged. Isn't that so? You still don't know that you're about to die? What a joke. Gu Fei's doppelganger sighed. What? Demon Venerable Heavenly Bear was both shocked and furious. At this moment, he felt a chill in his heart and all the blood in his body seemed to have frozen. The shock of the Heavenly Bear Demon Lord was truly not to be underestimated. At this moment, Demon Venerable Heavenly Bear realized that there was a terrifying killing force invading his body. This killing force was acting up. How is this possible? Demon Venerable Heavenly Bear stared at Gu Fei's doppelganger in disbelief. At this moment, demon Venerable Heavenly Bear's movement stiffened. Soon, a layer of white frost appeared on the surface of his body. It was as though his entire body was frozen. In just a few breaths' time, demon Venerable Heavenly Bear had turned into an ice sculpture. He fell from the sky and smashed hard onto the ground, shattering into pieces. A demon Venerable of a generation had fallen just like that. Lord Demon Venerable. At the sight of this, all the demons in Sky Demon Valley were extremely shocked. Soon, the demons came back to their senses and fled. What an idiot! Gu Fei's doppelganger raised his right hand and a ball of divine light appeared on his palm. At the next moment, the ball of divine light exploded and turned into countless sword gleams that shot out in all directions before landing on the ground. Then, screams rang out. Each sword gleam pierced through a demon soldier. For a moment, blood was everywhere as the demon soldiers fell to the ground one after another. Even demon sages were unable to escape. They were pierced by the sword gleams and lost their lives. This killing sword was extremely terrifying. Even demon Venerable Heavenly Bear could not withstand a single sword from Gu Fei's doppelganger, let alone these small fries. None of the demons were spared. Sky Demon Valley was completely annihilated by Gu Fei's doppelganger. This guy, in the sky, Qinya was stunned when she saw this. Gu Fei had actually flattened Sky Demon Valley all by himself. Gu Fei's battle was destined to shock the world. However, Gu Fei's doppelganger did not care about this. He shot up into the sky and disappeared into the horizon. Qinya was stunned when she saw this. Did Gu Fei just leave like that? Not long after Gu Fei left, the Iron Blood Taoist arrived with his army. When the Iron Blood Taoist and the others saw the scene in front of them, they were scared out of their wits. Countless demons in Sky Demon Valley had fallen to the ground. Blood flowed like a river. Is this Master's masterpiece? The Iron Blood Taoist and the others were stunned. Especially Saint Wujue, who almost wet his pants when he saw this. He did not expect their master to be so powerful that he could destroy Sky Demon Valley all by himself. That was the Heavenly Devil Valley. Behind the Heavenly Devil Valley was the entire extreme North Devil region. How is this possible? Saint Wujue mumbled to himself. To master, nothing is impossible, Zhu Guliang said coldly. The other sages did not say anything. Let's go and clean up the battlefield. The Iron Blood Taoist waved his right hand and led his army into Sky Demon Valley. At this moment, Gu Fei's doppelganger had already entered Gu Fei's inner world, and Gu Fei's real body had come out. He did not return to Wanxiang City. Instead, he headed straight for the entrance of the ancient road of the human race. He did not want to wait any longer. He wanted to set foot on the ancient road of the human race to find his daughter, Gu Ling. He believed that this battle would definitely be able to suppress those with ill intentions. The entrance of the ancient road of the human race was still under the control of the Qin clan. The other forces did not dare to voice their anger. One must know that the Qin clan was an emperor clan. Old man Qin Huang was so powerful that even the Jiang clan of the Desolation clan would not dare to provoke them. When Gu Fei arrived at the entrance of the ancient road of the human race, he was stopped by two experts from the Qin clan. What? Are you trying to rob me? Gu Fei furrowed his brows. Haha, little brat, you don't know the rules at all. Are you a barbarian from the mountains? A dark-skinned, tall, and thin middle-aged man said with a smile. If you wish to set foot on the ancient road of the human race, hand over 5 caddies of immortal crystals. The other middle-aged man said, 5 caddies of immortal crystals? When Gu Fei heard this, he felt a little displeased. That was immortal crystals. The Qin clan was too much. How could those rogue cultivators afford 5 caddies of immortal crystals? No? Then go back to where you came from. That middle-aged man said with a look of disdain. What if I don't leave? Gu Fei suddenly laughed. Then you don't have to leave. That middle-aged man's voice instantly turned cold. You want to kill me? Gu Fei was truly enraged. Was this Qin clan really so tyrannical? They even dared to kill 2 guards for their treasures? Just a little brat who came out of nowhere. So what if I kill him? What's the big deal? That tall and skinny middle-aged man said with disdain. Then you guys can come and kill me. Gu Fei was truly enraged. The Qin clan actually allowed these people to run amok? Humph. That tall and skinny middle-aged man sneered. With a wave of his right hand, a divine light rushed out from his hand and slashed towards Gu Fei. A sharp saber aura immediately spread out. Sigh. Gu Fei let out a sigh. In the next moment, he took a step forward and immediately disappeared on the spot. When that tall and skinny man saw this scene, he was both shocked and enraged. He lifted his head and saw a huge foot stomping down from the sky. Bam! That huge foot directly stepped on that tall and skinny man's face. That tall and skinny man cried out in pain and staggered backwards. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and over 10 teeth. What? When the other middle-aged man saw this, he was shocked and hurriedly made his move. With a wave of his right hand, a ball of black light immediately flew out from his hand and enveloped Gu Fei. Ha ha! When the two gatekeepers saw that Gu Fei was captured, they were instantly overjoyed. However, at the next moment, their laughter stopped abruptly. They saw that it was a net that enveloped Gu Fei. Gu Fei directly grabbed the net with both hands and pulled it to the left and right. A large hole was torn in the net. The two gatekeepers were shocked. They didn't dare to underestimate Gu Fei anymore. Kill. As Gu Fei spoke, he instantly disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared behind the two disciples of the Qin clan. Then, he used his hand as a blade and directly slashed their waists. Even in death, the two of them couldn't believe that this guy actually dared to kill them. Others might not dare to offend the Qin clan, but Gu Fei wasn't afraid. After killing the two scum of the Qin clan, Gu Fei directly walked in and arrived at the teleportation platform. At this moment, there were already many people inside. Brother, do you know that you have pierced the sky? The Qin clan isn't to be trifled with. A young Taoist suddenly said to Gu Fei, "Is that so?" Gu Fei didn't deny it. The news that he had killed the guard at the gate had already spread far and wide. Brother, you are amazing. You actually dared to kill someone from the Qin clan. Another middle-aged cultivator gave Gu Fei a thumbs up. Offending an emperor clan won't do you any good, an old man with white hair said. So what if you are from an emperor clan? If you dare to provoke me, I will kill you without mercy. Gu Fei said. His voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears. Chapter 42:15. In the eyes of all the cultivators in the human realm, the emperor clans were high and mighty existences that could contend against the extreme Tao legacies. Even the saints of the sacred grounds and god sects wouldn't dare to offend the emperor clans. Who was this person? How dare he kill the two guards of the ancient road of the human race? Although the two guards were despicable, the cultivators who were about to set foot on the ancient road of the human race had no choice but to swallow their anger. Although the two guards' cultivation bases were nothing special, killing them was equivalent to slapping the emperor clans in the face. To ordinary cultivators, this was no different from courting death. How dare you? Who dares to kill the disciples of my clan? At this moment, an angry roar came from outside the entrance of the ancient road of the human race. Then, a terrifying aura surged in from the outside. All the cultivators on the ancient road of the human race were indescribably shocked. The cultivators around Gu Fei immediately dispersed and hid far away. If they were to stand together with Gu Fei, they would be in deep trouble. At this moment, a tall figure walked in from outside the entrance of the ancient road of the human race. The powerful aura disappeared the moment it entered the space outside the entrance. There was a formation guarding the entrance of the ancient road of the human race. The power of the formation suppressed all cultivators above the immortal god realm. In other words, as long as a cultivator's cultivation base was higher than the immortal god realm, they would be suppressed by the power of the formation. That person might be a great expert on the outside, but once he entered the range of the formation, he would be an immortal god. That is, at this time, the cultivators outside the entrance of the human clan's ancient road were shocked when they saw the tall cultivator striding in. Why is it him? This little fella is in trouble. Why is he here? The surrounding cultivators could recognize this person, but this was the first time Gu Fei saw this fella. This fella was wearing a white robe and looked handsome. His eyes were shining brightly. He was looking at Gu Fei. Are you the one who killed the two people outside? In the Qin clan, Qin Lei was the other expert apart from the Qin clan's princess. He was viewed as one of the successors of the Qin clan's next clan leader. The Qin clan's princess wasn't the only successor of the Qin clan's clan leader. Even if the princess wanted to sit on the position of clan leader, she would have to compete with the geniuses of the clan. Only those who are capable can occupy the top positions. This was the Qin clan's motto. So what if I killed him? Gu Fei looked at the guy opposite him with a faint smile. If that's the case, then you can die now. Qin Lei said coldly. He didn't ask who Gu Fei was or where he came from. He just wanted to kill Gu Fei. Many people wanted to kill me, but they were all killed by me in the end. Gu Fei looked at Qin Lei seriously and said, Is that so? That's because those people are trash. Qin Lei said proudly. Hee hee, you mean to say that you're not one of those trash? Gu Fei said with a smile. I don't care who you are or what background you have. Since you offended my Qin clan, only death awaits you. Qin Lei said and took a step forward. Bam! A muffled sound was heard and the entire ground shook. It was as though a giant had stomped on the ground. Qin Lei cultivated a secret technique of the Qin clan. Once he made his debut, he was known to be invincible among those of the same level. This was why he was so confident, and also the reason why he dared to attack at the entrance of the ancient road of the human clan. If you want to fight, let's fight. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Gu Fei said and took a step forward. He clenched his fist and punched towards Qin Lei. He already knew from the conversations of the surrounding people that this guy was called Qin Lei. Since when did the Qin clan have such a character? Qin Lei's arrogant and lofty aura couldn't be faked. Instinct told Gu Fei that this guy's cultivation was definitely not below the princess of the Qin clan. In the Qin clan, there was actually someone who could compete with the princess. This made Gu Fei feel a little incredulous. There were two experts in the Qin clan. Were they going to defy the heavens? Of course, the Qin clan was an imperial clan that had inherited the legacy of an invincible great emperor. It wasn't strange for there to be one or two top experts in the same generation. At this time, Qin Lei also punched towards Gu Fei. The two fists collided with each other in an instant, and the sound of metal clashing rang out. The two silhouettes separated in an instant and collided with each other in an instant. The two of them were like two moving mountains, constantly colliding and clashing. This was a battle of pure physical strength. Both Gu Fei and Qin Lei's cultivation were suppressed to the immortal spirit realm by the power of the formation. This guy does have some skills. Gu Fei finally understood why Qin Lei was so confident. This guy had an extremely powerful physical body. His physical body was extremely tough. Qin Lei was very strong. Every move he made had great power. Although Gu Fei wasn't a saint yet, his physical body was extremely strong. One should know that his physical body had been tempered by eternal energy. The eternal power was known to be even stronger than the primordial chaos power. The primordial power had its limits, but the eternal power could exist for eternity. Qin Lei's physical body was very strong. One could tell that he had tempered his physical body with primordial force. This was the primordial Tao body. No wonder he was so confident. Primordial Tao body? Gu Fei smiled. Using primordial force to temper one's physical body. Only the imperial clan could do such a thing. One should know that it was primordial qi. Hearing Gu Fei's words, Qin Lei couldn't help but be astonished. This guy could recognize primordial qi? He even called out his own physique. What? Qin Lei has the primordial Tao body? The spectators were all shocked. The primordial Tao body was a physique that only existed in the legends. They were actually lucky enough to see such a physique. No wonder he was able to compete with Princess for the position of the next clan leader of the Qin clan. Someone exclaimed, Primordial Tao body. Everyone stared in disbelief at Qin Lei, who was fighting against Gu Fei. The two of them moved at an extremely fast speed, leaving behind only a series of afterimages in the void. Even if the spectators had divine eyes, it would still be difficult for them to catch a glimpse of them. Just their physical strength alone is already so strong? Everyone was in disbelief. The combat strength displayed by Gu Fei and Qin Lei was too strong. It had already surpassed the immortal realm. No wonder Qinlei was known to be undefeatable in the same realm. Just his physical strength alone was already so strong. Wouldn't his strength be multiplied if he used his divine arts? This is what it means to be undefeatable in the same realm. We've all lived in vain. An elder sighed. The cultivation and combat strength of these two were beyond his reach, even if he cultivated for his entire life. They are indeed undefeatable in the same realm. Another old man sighed. Boom, bam. Muffled sounds of collision could be heard continuously. Gu Fei's hands danced in the air, constantly striking at Qinlei's vital parts. However, Qinlei was not to be trifled with. He blocked all of Gu Fei's attacks. No wonder you dared to kill those two guys outside. At this time, Qinlei finally realized how powerful Gu Fei was. This guy could actually fight evenly with him. Could it be that this guy also had a heaven-defying constitution? That must be it. However, Qinlei could not tell what kind of constitution this guy had. Gu Fei was like an ordinary person. This surprised Qinlei. Could this be returning to one's natural state? Could one really return to one's natural state after cultivating to the extreme? Even Qinlei himself was still surrounded by primordial chaos qi. It was impossible to completely conceal the primordial chaos qi on his body. At least, it was impossible in his opinion. How did this guy do it? Although Qinlei was surprised, he was still very confident. The primordial Tao body was already the strongest Tao body in the world of cultivation. With the strongest Tao body, who would he be afraid of? There was no way there was a Tao body stronger than his in this world. You've surprised me, Gu Fei said as he attacked. What did you say? Qinlei was both shocked and angry. Hey, you're here. At that moment, another person walked in from the entrance of the ancient road of humanity. This person wore purple clothes and had a graceful figure. Her face was covered, and her eyes were full of spirit. When she saw Gu Fei and Qinlei fighting, she was shocked. Why is she here? When Qinlei saw who it was, he could not help but feel shocked, revealing an opening. Naturally, Gu Fei would not miss such a rare opportunity. He grabbed Qinlei's shoulder with his right hand. In the next moment, the sound of bones breaking was heard from Qinlei's shoulder. Qinlei's entire left arm was crippled. Roar! Qinlei struggled fiercely and blood appeared. He had actually broken his left arm and retreated explosively. Nice. Gu Fei looked at the broken arm. He could not help but admire Qinlei's decisiveness. He was ruthless to his enemies and even more ruthless to himself. Qinlei knew very well that if he was caught by Gu Fei, he would be doomed eternally. He could only sever his arm and escape. If not, it would be hard for him to preserve his life. The other party wouldn't show mercy just because he was from the Qin clan. If not, this person wouldn't have acted to kill the two Qin clan members guarding this place. In reality, the two Qin clan members guarding the entrance of the ancient road of humanity were only from the side branches. They were not direct descendants of the Qin clan. The direct descendants of the Qin clan would not have been sent to guard the entrance of the ancient road of humanity. Die! Gu Fei stomped on the ground with his right foot and leaped into the air. Like a divine eagle, he swooped towards the retreating Qinlei. A pair of eagle claws tore through the air. Have mercy! The person shouted. Humph! Gu Fei did not stop. He reached out with his right hand and grabbed Qinlei's head. As long as he tightened his fingers, he would be able to crush Qinlei's skull. How about you return me a favor? Just as Gu Fei was about to send this genius of the Qin clan on his way, he heard this person's words. Are you sure? Gu Fei glanced at the person. This person was the princess of the Qin clan, Qin Yao. She was the one who sent the letter to let Gu Fei know about her daughter, Gu Ling. Gu Fei owed her a favor. Chapter 42:16. Killing you is as easy as killing a chicken for me. Gu Fei's right hand held onto Qinlei's skull. If he wanted to, he could crush Qinlei's skull, shatter his primordial spirit, and end his life. He didn't care who Qinlei was. So what if he killed him? What else in this world could make him feel threatened? In the human world, with the power of heaven's punishment, supreme beings wouldn't dare to show themselves. Demigods couldn't do anything to him either. In other words, he could do whatever he wanted in the human world. Roar! Qinlei struggled with all his might. However, the restraining force from Gu Fei's hand was far too strong for him to break free. On the empty field outside the entrance of the human race's ancient road, the spectators were shocked. Who was this person? How did he defeat Qinlei? Qinlei was one of the most talented descendants of the Qin clan. Ever since Qinlei began his cultivation journey, he was known as undefeatable and undefeatable. It was true. Ever since he began his cultivation journey, he had never met a worthy opponent. Against those of the same level, he could be considered undefeatable. However, the battle between him and Gu Fei, who were both in the immortal god realm, had ended with his defeat. Such an outcome was out of everyone's expectations. How is this possible? That's Qinlei we're talking about. How did he lose so badly? Under everyone's watchful eyes, could it be fake? Who would have thought that Qinlei's undefeatable legend would be ended by this person? The spectators all felt that it was a pity. Just as Gu Fei was about to kill Qinlei, Qin Yao arrived. Qin Yao and Qinlei were the most talented descendants of the Qin clan and were two of the candidates for the next clan leader. The two were competitors. However, Qin Yao was willing to waste a favor from Gu Fei in exchange for Qinlei's life. As such, it was a little surprising. One had to know that if Qinlei died, Qin Yao would have one less powerful competitor. The position of the Qin clan's next clan leader would be hers. It seems like you are not destined to die today. Gu Fei looked at Qinlei and grinned. With a wave of his right hand, he tossed Qinlei to Qin Yao's feet. I hope you won't regret it. Gu Fei glanced at Qin Yao and said indifferently, today's humiliation will be repaid in the future. Qinlei stood up from the ground in a sorry state. He glared at Gu Fei and gritted his teeth. I think you'd better take a detour when you see me next time. You won't be so lucky next time. Gu Fei didn't take Lei Qin seriously at all. In the eyes of others, the primordial Tao body was the strongest Tao body in the world. However, Gu Fei was unafraid. Qinlei was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body swayed, and he nearly fell. He was a proud son of heaven, and no one had ever dared to look down on him. Who exactly was this guy? Qinlei still did not know who Gu Fei was. Without hesitation, Gu Fei stepped onto the ancient road of the human tribe and disappeared at the entrance. Who is this lord? The spectators all shook their heads. Preposterous. Qinlei was about to go crazy. He had been saved by his rival, Qin Yao. This was worse than killing him. How could he compete with Qin Yao for the position of clan leader? You know him? Who is he? Qinlei stared at Qin Yao and asked. His name is Gu Fei. Qin Yao glanced at Qinlei, then turned around and left without looking back. Gu Fei? Why does this name sound so familiar? I seem to have heard it somewhere before. Everyone was deep in thought. Gu Fei? Qinlei's face turned pale when he heard this. Although he had never met Gu Fei, as the most outstanding descendant of the Qin clan, he naturally knew many things that others did not. She knows Gu Fei? Qinlei was in disbelief. This was a fierce man of his generation. Back in the day, this fierce man had killed so many people that blood flowed like a river. His reputation was built on killing. Was that Gu Fei? Some of the older cultivators finally remembered who Gu Fei was. Could it really be him? Someone said in shock. He actually embarked on the ancient road of the human race. The news spread and shocked the entire world of cultivation. Gu Fei had returned. A fierce man of his generation had actually returned. Gu Fei's return was unbelievable to many. One should know that Gu Fei had not appeared for a very long time. When the news of Gu Fei annihilating Heaven Devil Valley and defeating Qinlei of the Qin clan spread, the entire world of cultivation was in an uproar. The news even reached the heavenly realm. While the entire world of cultivation was in an uproar because of Gu Fei's return, Gu Fei had already embarked on the ancient road of the human race. The ancient road of the human race was a path of cultivation. Once one walked on this path, one's cultivation would definitely improve greatly. Of course, this path was not peaceful and there were dangers everywhere. At this time, Gu Fei was moving forward rapidly in the void. Soon, an impregnable pass appeared in front of him. Gu Fei stepped onto the pass and saw that the entire pass had been turned into ruins. The tall walls had already collapsed. The first pass of the human race had actually turned into ruins. Gu Fei walked in the ruins and saw white bones everywhere. He could also see fragments of ritual implements scattered on the ground. It seemed that an incomparably fierce battle had taken place here. Swoosh! The moment Gu Fei stopped, a black shadow flew from his feet and bit towards his calf. Gu Fei stretched out his right hand and directly used his index and middle fingers to clamp the black shadow. The black shadow was only the length of a chopstick, and it constantly struggled in his hand. It was a black snake. Humph! Gu Fei waved his hand and the black snake immediately flew out. With a bang, it actually smashed through a wall. The little black snake did not die and instantly disappeared into the rubble. However, very soon, there was a series of rustling sounds. He saw that in the surrounding bricks, there were actually countless little black snakes burrowing out, which made Gu Fei very surprised. Countless little black snakes surrounded Gu Fei. Snake demon? Gu Fei could not help but frown when he sensed a trace of demonic energy. At this time, there was a sudden muffled sound nearby. Then, Gu Fei saw a shocking scene. He saw a huge black snake burrowing out of the ground. It was a huge snake with a 2-meter diameter and a few 100 meters long. Compared to this big guy, those little black snakes as thick as chopsticks were practically negligible. At this time, the huge black snake had already locked onto Gu Fei. Swoosh! The huge snake directly rushed towards Gu Fei. Everywhere it passed, the broken walls and tiles were directly smashed into pieces. At this time, the little black snakes made way for the huge snake to rush over. Scram! Gu Fei stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking indifferently at the huge snake opposite him. However, what answered him was the snake's tail that quickly whipped towards him. Bam! The huge snake's tail fiercely lashed out, making a muffled sound. The huge snake's tail was actually blocked. Reckless, Gu Fei said as he pointed out with his finger. Immediately, a ray of blood appeared on the huge snake's body. In the next moment, the huge snake fell to the ground, directly dead. A little demon dares to be presumptuous. As he spoke, Gu Fei flew up into the sky. He had a hunch that the ancient road was most likely under attack. Could it be that the demon race was wreaking havoc on the ancient road of the human race? He continued to walk forward. After leaving the first stage of the ancient road of the human race, Gu Fei followed the ancient road and traveled through the endless starry sky. Soon, a huge planet appeared in front of him. This huge planet was verdant and lush, and it was filled with vitality. However, what Gu Fei found strange was that this huge planet that was full of vitality was terrifyingly quiet. He could not hear any roars of wild beasts. Gu Fei directly landed on this huge planet. There were also buildings of the human race on this huge planet. However, these buildings were directly destroyed and turned into ruins. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei was very surprised. What exactly happened? Why was there not a single person on the ancient road of the human race? This was not a good thing. One must know that the ancient road of the human race had been revealed for a long time. In the current era, there was a continuous stream of people stepping on the ancient road of the human race. It was impossible for the ancient road of the human race to be empty. On this huge planet, let alone humans, there was not even a bird or a lizard to be seen. It was too clean. Animals were extinct. Gu Fei walked through the entire huge planet. Finally, he stopped in front of a towering ancient tree. He lifted his head to look at the tree. He saw that the tree pierced through the clouds. The diameter of the tree was more than 100 meters. This was the oldest and largest tree on the entire planet. Show yourself, Gu Fei said calmly. There was no movement around. Do you want me to invite you out? Gu Fei stared at the tree. There was still no reaction from the tree. Oomph! Gu Fei flipped his right hand, and a ball of divine fire immediately appeared in his palm. Whoosh! At this moment, the tree in front of Gu Fei moved. Countless roots broke through the ground and directly entangled Gu Fei. A ball of divine light appeared on Gu Fei's body. The tree roots that were trying to entangle him were directly blocked by his protective divine light. At this moment, the huge divine tree shook. The huge tree trunk cracked, and a figure struggled out of the tree trunk. It was a young man with green hair. Seeing this, Gu Fei did not make a move. He waited for the divine tree to shed its trunk. This method of shedding one's original body was common among the demon race. Great demons who shed their original body would become stronger and more terrifying. The young man who struggled out of the tree trunk exuded a horrifying aura. A peerless great demon was born. No wonder there was not a single animal on this huge planet. They were all eaten by this divine tree. This tree had reached the realm of transformation and needed a large amount of essence. Once it succeeded, this divine tree would be reborn. Half an hour later, the young man struggled to climb out of the tree trunk. Boom! In the next moment, endless essence gathered from all directions and was directly devoured by this young man. In an instant, the weather on the huge planet changed. All the world essence chi of the entire planet was being attracted by this guy. Chapter 42:17. The ancient road of the human race was not an easy path to tread. It was a form of training. There were all sorts of dangers on the road, and one careless mistake could lead to death. Countless years ago, the supreme existences of the human race built the ancient road of the human race to allow the human race to seek breakthroughs in life and death situations, to break through their own limits. Therefore, those who set foot on the ancient road of the human race were prepared to face death. It was clear that something horrifying had happened on the ancient road of the human race. Even the strongest pass of the human race had been breached and turned into ruins. The destruction of the human race's pass was no small matter. Outside beings could enter the human realm through the entrance of the ancient road of the human race. Gu Fei did not have the time to care about who had attacked the ancient road of the human race. He needed to rush to the primeval ancestral planet to save his daughter, Gu Ling. However, along the way, Gu Fei found that the entire ancient road was very strange. The human race on the ancient road seemed to have been cleansed. Someone actually dared to do such a thing. This had crossed Gu Fei's bottom line. After all, he was a human. Rumble. At this time, on a nameless planet, an ancient tree was actually transforming. The heaven and earth spiritual chi of the entire planet was being drawn over. Even the heaven and earth spiritual chi of the nearby starry skies was being drawn over. This ancient tree had cultivated for an unknown period of time. Today, it could finally take the step of transforming. Gu Fei did not stop it. He wanted to know what had happened on this planet from the mouth of this ancient tree. Although this ancient tree was powerful, it was far from the five elements tree king of the past. Of course, Gu Fei made this judgment based on its constitution. This ancient tree only had an ordinary constitution, while the five elements tree king of the past had a constitution of all five elements. Ordinary beings could also be heaven-defying. Even a blade of grass could become an invincible great emperor. An ordinary person could also become an invincible renhuang that swept through the 3,000 great realms. Although innate constitutions were important, it would not determine a person's or a being's future achievements. Growth was the key. Gu Fei stood with his hands clasped behind his back, waiting quietly. The old tree's boundless essence all gathered into a bewitching young man. The young man was formed from the old tree's soul. He left the tree's body and took on human form. This was a perfect transformation for the old tree. From now on, he was no longer a tree, but a humanoid creature of the wood element. He was naturally compatible with the power of the wood element. The weather on the entire planet changed, the sun and moon dimmed, and the boundless energy of the world and the vital essence of all living beings was being madly seized by the green-haired young man. All the plants on the planet were withering, and all the wood elemental creatures on the planet were heading towards death. This was using the lives of countless wood elemental creatures on this vast planet to help this old tree grow. Boundless essence energy gathered towards the green-haired young man. Every breath of the young man caused the entire world to tremble. After taking human form, it's already a half-step saint. This old tree is quite amazing. Gu Fei was also a little surprised. This old tree had cultivated for countless years. Once it transformed, it directly became a half-step sage. It was only a matter of time before it became a sage. It could be said that this old tree had reached the sky in a single step. The green-haired young man that was formed from the old tree's soul didn't take the step of becoming a sage. He stopped at the half-step saint realm. The young man stopped, and the chaotic energy in the world gradually calmed down. Human, why are you here? The green-haired young man floated in the air, looking down at Gu Fei indifferently, as if he was above everyone else. Half-step saints could indeed stand above all living beings. I'm not used to raising my head to talk to others. Come down, Gu Fei said indifferently. What did you say? The green-haired young man glared, and two beams of green light rushed out of his eyes, piercing towards Gu Fei. How dare you? At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared next to Gu Fei. It was a blurry figure, but the aura it exuded was very shocking. The figure didn't even move his hand. He only blew, and the two beams of green light that pierced towards Gu Fei disappeared in the void. What? Seeing this, the green-haired young man's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. You. The green-haired young man was really shocked. Why aren't you coming down? Do you really want me to invite you? Gu Fei didn't even look at the guy. Who are you? The green-haired young man stared at Gu Fei, his face extremely solemn. Little fella, come down. As Gu Fei spoke, the figure next to him made a move. The blurry figure only raised his right hand, and the green-haired young man in the sky screamed and fell from the sky, landing at Gu Fei's feet. The figure pressed his right hand towards the green-haired young man, and the green-haired young man sank into the ground. Don't. Spare me. The green-haired young man finally realized how powerful the other party was. The person beside him didn't make a move, but the person next to him made a move, and he couldn't fight back at all. It was hard to imagine how powerful this black-haired young man was. It should be known that the green-haired young man was transformed from an old divine tree. After successfully transforming, he directly possessed the powerful cultivation and combat strength of a half-step sage. That was a half-step sage. Although he wasn't a real sage, he was close to it. The figure next to Gu Fei withdrew his right hand. The green-haired young man immediately felt his body lighten, and he quickly climbed out of the ground, looking extremely embarrassed. So it's Lord Sage. The green-haired young man knelt down at Gu Fei's feet in fear. Let me ask you, why is it that aside from flowers and trees, there are no other living creatures on this planet? Gu Fei asked indifferently. Lord Sage, that's because of the foreign races. The green-haired young man hurriedly said, The foreign races? Gu Fei couldn't help but frown when he heard this. The so-called foreign races referred to those living beings that weren't in the human world. The foreign races actually attacked the ancient road of the human race. This was definitely not a good thing. The foreign races feed on blood. All living beings with flesh and blood on this planet are doomed. The green-haired young man said, What? Gu Fei was shocked when he heard this. The foreign races were actually so powerful, and it was beyond Gu Fei's imagination. Gu Fei pondered for a moment, then directly soared into the sky and disappeared into the void. The figure next to him also disappeared. The green-haired young man didn't expect that Gu Fei would let him go so easily. This made him surprised and happy, and he felt like he had escaped from death. Who is this person? The green-haired young man murmured to himself. Chapter 42:18. The otherworldly tribes had once attacked the ancient road of the human tribe. Wherever the otherworldly tribes passed, all living beings with flesh and blood would suffer because the otherworldly tribes fed on blood. However, Gu Fei was unafraid. He displayed his extreme speed and moved quickly in the starry sky. Soon, a bright starfield appeared in front of him. The large stars were glowing, and the power of the stars was vast. The radiant starfield? Gu Fei stopped in the air and looked at the starfield in front of him. He could not help but feel surprised. The ancient road of the human tribe that led to the primeval ancestral planet was indeed dangerous. Gu Fei did not hesitate and directly flew toward the starfield in front of him. The closer he got to the radiant starfield, the stronger the power of the stars. He directly entered the radiant starfield. Did the otherworldly tribes also come to the radiant starfield? Gu Fei could not sense any aura. There was not a single living being in the entire radiant starfield, which surprised him. This was a starfield After all, a place like the Radiant Starfield, where the power of the stars gathered, was definitely not a place without a master. However, no one came out to stop Gu Fei. The entire starfield was eerily quiet. That is, Gu Fei suddenly saw countless objects floating in the starry sky in front of him. Countless bricks and tiles were scattered in the starry sky. It was a wasteland. From afar, it looked like a star that had been blown up. As expected, Gu Fei was not surprised to see this. It was just a star that had been blown up. Even he could blow up a star with a punch now. This was a battle between powerful beings above the sage level. Sages could pluck stars, capture moons, and swallow suns. Destroying a star was as easy as flipping one's hand for a sage-level being. Gu Fei passed through the wasteland and was shocked by the scene in front of him. It was a huge wasteland in front of him. Countless stars had been blown up. He smelled blood. Whoosh! Gu Fei took a step forward and disappeared into the void. When he reappeared, he was deep in the wasteland. This was a star field that had been destroyed, and there were broken stars everywhere. At this time, in front of Gu Fei, there was a creature larger than a star floating in the void along with several shattered stars. It was a creature that Gu Fei had never seen before. It looked like a pangolin, but it had 6 sharp claws. There was a bloody hole in this creature's head. It seemed like someone had pierced through its head and killed it here. The stench of blood that Gu Fei smelled came from this creature. Even though this creature was dead, the fiendish aura that emanated from its body was not something that ordinary people could endure. What is this? Gu Fei muttered to himself. This should be the so-called alien race from the outer space. Sure enough, it was ugly enough. The Xeno race fed on blood, and everywhere they passed, living beings with flesh and blood would be annihilated without leaving a single one alive. They could be said to be ferocious to the extreme. Gu Fei suddenly pointed a finger, and a ray of divine light immediately rushed out from the tip of his finger, instantly shooting at the giant beast in front of him. Clang! The moment the beam of light hit the giant beast, a metallic clang rang out. It was unable to break through the scales on the giant beast's body. How is this possible? Gu Fei was taken aback. Although it was a casual strike from him, it couldn't even break the scales on the giant beast's body. This giant beast was absolutely powerful to the extreme, and the existence that killed this gigantic beast was most likely a quasi-supreme being. At this moment, the head of this giant beast suddenly moved. Huh! Gu Fei was shocked, thinking that this giant beast was not completely dead. However, the next moment, something suddenly crawled out of the bloody hole on the head of this giant beast. This thing was golden, and it looked like a beetle. This beetle-like thing had a long, sharp thorn growing out of its mouth. Swoosh! The golden beetle-like thing actually pounced at Gu Fei at an extremely fast speed. Humph! Gu Fei slapped out and directly slapped this unknown creature away. However, this creature was extremely strong, and in the next moment, it pounced at Gu Fei. Gu Fei flipped his right hand, and a divine sword immediately appeared in his hand. Swoosh! Gu Fei slashed with his sword, and a sword light flashed through the void. The beetle-like thing was slashed in half by Gu Fei's sword. Another alien race? Gu Fei sheathed his sword and continued to walk forward. Soon, he saw many corpses again. This time, there were human corpses, broken weapons, and a strong smell of blood. Cough, cough. Just as Gu Fei was shocked, a cough suddenly came from the starry sky on his right. There are still people alive? When Gu Fei heard the cough, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he directly rushed in the direction of the sound. A middle-aged man in a navy blue robe was sitting cross-legged on a huge rock floating in the air. This middle-aged man was covered in blood. In some places, even his bones were exposed. The middle-aged man's aura began to weaken. If there were no accidents, this middle-aged man was definitely dead because his injuries were too serious. You are. When Gu Fei came to the giant rock, the man was surprised and happy. In his excitement, he spat out a mouthful of blood. What the hell happened? Gu Fei asked. An alien race, the middle-aged man said and coughed again. When the middle-aged man finished coughing, he told Gu Fei what had happened. It turned out that the entire Radiant Starfield had been invaded by the alien race. After a great battle, except for a few human experts who had successfully escaped, the rest were all killed and eaten by the alien race. The human race and other living creatures were treated as food by the alien race. The destruction of the Radiance starfield shocked Gu Fei. From the middle-aged man, he learned that the alien race had already killed their way to the primeval ancestral star. After hearing this, Gu Fei took out a medicinal pill and threw it to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man caught the divine pill, and a fragrance immediately rushed into his nose. Gu Fei did not pay attention to this guy anymore, and directly rushed in the direction of the primeval ancestral star. He wanted to see how strong and arrogant the alien race was to dare to sweep the entire ancient road of the human race. I don't have to die. At this time, the middle-aged man in the Radiance starfield ate the divine pill that Gu Fei had given him. Chapter 42:19. There were 5 ancestral stars in the human realm. The primordial ancestral star was the most mysterious among the 5. Some said that the first life in the human realm was born from the primordial ancestral star. At this moment, the most mysterious ancestral star in the human realm was facing a catastrophe. The alien races had surrounded the ancestral star from all directions. The huge ancestral star was extremely eye-catching among the endless stars. It was a green planet. The ancestral star was so huge that even a sage would need a long time to travel across the entire ancestral star. Moreover, there were some places on the ancestral star that even a sage would not dare to set foot on. What's going on? Where did these alien races come from? The upper echelons of the heavenly South Sword faction gathered in a palace on a sacred mountain in the primordial ancestral star. The heavenly South Sword faction was one of the top forces in the heavenly South continent. The Swordmaster, Imotiani, was the #1 expert in sword principle in the heavenly South continent. Swordmaster, should we make a move? A white-haired elder asked the Swordmaster of Heavenly South, who was sitting on a throne in the main hall. They're just alien races. There's no need for us to make a move. The others will chase them away. The Swordmaster of Heavenly South said disapprovingly. That's true. Let's just watch the show. Another elder said with a smile. In their opinion, this was not the first time the alien races had invaded the human realm. No matter how strong the alien races were, they would not be able to break through the defensive formation of the primordial ancestral star. This peerless formation that enveloped the entire planet could even block an extreme-grade supremacy. Although the foreign tribes were strong, they probably didn't have an extreme-grade sovereign. Furthermore, even if there was an extreme-grade sovereign in the foreign tribes, that extreme-grade sovereign wouldn't dare to make a move against them. The human realm had the power of heavenly punishment. At this moment, the entrance of the primordial ancestral star was filled with cultivators who wanted to enter the planet. It was actually not that troublesome to enter the primordial ancestral star. However, once the defensive formation of the primordial ancestral star was activated, it would be very troublesome to enter the planet. Currently, there were only 4 entrances to enter the primordial ancestral star. Those 4 entrances were the legendary 4 great heavenly gates: north, south, west, and west. Each of the 4 heavenly gates was guarded by an ancient city. Those who wanted to enter the primeval ancestral star had to enter the ancient city first, and the heavenly gate was in the central square of the ancient city. However, the gate of heaven was closed at this moment. Once the gate of heaven was closed, it could not be opened from the outside. Therefore, the 4 great ancient cities were now filled with cultivators. Why did you close the heavenly gate at this time? Quick, let us in. In the square of Nantion City, countless cultivators were furious. They had all escaped from the star regions near the primordial ancestral planet. The alien races from the outer space swept across the entire star region, devouring everything wherever they went. Countless races were exterminated. This was also a disaster for the human race. Because the human race was the strongest race in the mortal dimension, and it was the race with the largest population. Experts emerged in large numbers, and they were the absolute main characters of the mortal dimension. Boom! Right at this moment, a loud bang sounded out, and the entire Nantion city shook. What's going on? Have the alien tribes from the outer space arrived? A terrifying and tense atmosphere immediately enveloped the entire Nantion city. Countless people were terrified. The alien tribes from the outer space treated them as food. No one wanted to become food for the alien tribes. Boom. Another loud bang was heard. Outside Nantion City, there was actually a huge creature attacking Nantion City, and its violent power shook heaven and earth. However, such a powerful force still could not shake the Guardian formation. Master, what should we do? In a simple room in an inn in Nantion City, a girl in purple clothes said to another young woman, "Let's wait and see." The woman did not say anything else. There were two young men in the room. "Haha, you're dead. Come out and let me eat you." A wave of divine will directly penetrated the Guardian formation from the outside and entered Nantion City. Everyone was inexplicably shocked. "Don't be so arrogant." A voice came from the city lord's mansion. The next moment, a beam of divine light directly flew out from the city lord's mansion and directly pierced the head of the creature that was attacking Nantion City. The alien race creature that was even larger than a mountain died just like that. What? At this time, all the cultivators in the entire Nantion City were dumbfounded. They did not expect there to be such a powerful being in Nantion City. Roar. At this moment, an angry roar came from the distant starry sky. Then, countless figures appeared in the sky. A terrifying and monstrous evil aura spread out. Everyone was extremely shocked. Are they going to get serious? Such words came from the city lord's mansion. Boom. Soon, the terrifying figure directly hit the Guardian formation of Nantion City. Amidst the loud bang, the entire giant city shook. What? Countless cultivators in the city were extremely terrified. At this time, not only Nantion City, but also the places where the other heaven gates were located were under attack. The alien tribes from the outer space finally made their move. However, in the ancient cities where the other heaven gates were located, there were also unimaginably powerful beings guarding them. Therefore, a great battle broke out. For a moment, the sky was filled with battle cries. When Gu Fei arrived near the primordial ancestral star and saw this scene, he could not help but be moved. "Little one, don't you look where you're going? Come here." At this time, in Nantion City, a young girl ran into an old man. This old man was like a raging fire. He stretched out his hand and directly grabbed the young girl in purple. A black hole seemed to have appeared in his palm. A devouring power instantly enveloped the young girl in purple, trying to pull her over. However, the young girl in purple was as still as a mountain. No matter how strong the wind was, it could not move her at all. "What?" The old man was shocked. "Dragon catcher hand? You're from the Mo family? Unfortunately, you can't catch a dragon like me." The young girl smiled indifferently. She was Yin. She was ordered by her master to see if the heaven gate had opened, but she did not expect to bump into this old man. In fact, the old man was rash, so the two of them collided. It was obvious that this old man was very unhappy and wanted to take out his anger on Yin. The old man could not help but be moved. He no longer held back. In the next moment, the devouring power from his palm suddenly increased by 10 times. "Eat my fist," Yin roared. She took a step forward and punched the old man with a feather-light punch. She's crazy. How dare she attack the second elder? Seeing this scene, everyone in the square was so shocked that their jaws dropped to the ground. This old man was the second elder of the Mo family, and he had a relationship with the city lord, Mo Tianyi. Moreover, the second elder's cultivation was second only to the city lord, Mo Tianyi. In everyone's opinion, Yin was really bold and did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. She dared to attack Crazy Mo. She was simply courting death. Even Crazy Mo's face showed a trace of disdain. He instantly increased the strength of his hand. Bang! At this moment, under everyone's incredulous gaze, Yin-er's fist and Crazy Mo's palm collided, making a muffled sound. Yin-er had actually blocked Crazy Mo's blow. This time, Crazy Mo could not help but be moved. He only felt a strong force coming from his hand, shaking his arm until it was sore. However, at this moment, Crazy Mo suddenly saw a strange smile on Yin-er's face. What? Crazy Mo was taken aback. In the next moment, Yin-Er's right foot fiercely stomped on the ground. The entire ground immediately cracked open. At the same time, she exhaled and let out a thunderous roar. She instantly concentrated all the strength in her body into her right fist. Then, Crazy Mo felt a violent force that seemed to come from ancient times erupt from the opponent's fist. In the next moment, Crazy Mo's entire body was sent flying. The scalp-tingling sound of bones breaking rang out. One punch shakes the universe. Yin-Er's voice reached the ears of all the cultivators in the square. All the cultivators in the square were stunned. Everyone was dumbfounded. An expert like Crazy Mo could not even block a punch from this little girl? How was this possible? Everyone in the square felt like they were in a dream. They only felt that everything was so unreal. One had to know that Crazy Mo was the second elder of the Mo family, a saint emperor. Yin-Er actually defeated Crazy Mo with one punch. This was simply a miracle. Little girl, you dare to injure our second elder? Are you courting death? Just as everyone was in a daze, an angry roar came from afar. Another old man rushed over like a bolt of lightning. He had not yet arrived, but his voice was like thunder in everyone's ears. Everyone in the square was instantly shaken out of their shock by this thunderous roar. I'm courting death? Yin-Er stared at the newcomer, her eyes incomparably sharp. What? Do you want to beat me up too? The newcomer said angrily. His cultivation was not something that Crazy Mo could compare to. This is the Mo family's grand elder. Someone exclaimed. The Mo family's grand elder? This little girl is in deep trouble. Someone sighed. The Mo family's grand elder was not someone that Crazy Mo, the second elder, could compare to. Enough. At that moment, a dignified voice rang out. A figure had appeared in the sky and was looking over at them. City Lord. When everyone saw that person, they hurriedly bowed. This is a matter of life and death for our family, and you dare to rebel? What a scandal. The person swept his gaze over the crowd and said coldly. Even the Mo family's grand elder and second elder's expressions changed. City Lord, it's this little girl. Someone wanted to say more. I said enough. Didn't you hear me? The City Lord said in a deep voice. Little girl, you should leave. The City Lord looked at Yin-Er and waved his hand. Chapter 42:20. The Mo family was a powerful force in Nantian City, but it was ruled by one person, Mo Tianyi, the City Lord of Nantian City. Mo Tianyi was the most powerful man in the Mo family. Even the chief elder and the second elder did not dare to act presumptuously in front of him. Mo Tianyi was the reason the Mo family was so powerful on the ancestral planet. Without Mo Tianyi, the Mo family would immediately be destroyed or swallowed by other forces. This was the law of the jungle. Only the strong could laugh at the top of the world, and the weak could only be vassals. Therefore, when Mo Tianyi appeared, even the chief elder and the second elder of the Mo family had to bow their heads. Instead of leaving, Yin-Er questioned Mo Tianyi, the City Lord of Nantian City. You are the City Lord of Nantian City. Why did you close the southern heaven gate and stop us from entering the ancestral planet? This little girl. The people around them were shocked. Many of them were worried for Yin-Er. After all, the person in the sky was the City Lord of Nantian City. The City Lord controlled the life and death of all living beings in the city. Who would dare to speak to the City Lord like that? Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. Some of the older cultivators looked at Yin-Er and murmured, I'm afraid that this little girl has the support of an incredible existence behind her. Someone said something like that. The super clans, sects, and dynasties on the ancestral planet were all super forces that could dominate a region. The heirs of these forces often came out to train. These descendants were all people with unique skills and countless shocking methods. Even the older cultivators did not want to offend them, so they had to be careful when dealing with them. Many people thought that Yin-Er was an heir from one of the super forces on the ancestral planet. Otherwise, why would she dare to speak to Mo Tianyi like that? Whether the heaven gate is closed or not has nothing to do with me. Mo Tianyi took one look at Yin-Er, then disappeared into thin air. What did he mean? Yin-Er was baffled. Could it be that the city lord couldn't even control the gate of Heaven's Gate? At this time, outside Nantion City, countless alien races gathered from all directions. Each of these alien races was extremely fierce and powerful. There were so many alien races that the entire starry sky was filled with their figures. Brutal, ominous aura filled every inch of the void. Even with the barrier of the defensive formation, the living beings on the primordial ancestral star still felt their hearts palpitating. The alien races from outer space are invading us? Countless cultivators in Nantion City were shocked to the extreme when they saw this. Among those alien races, there were quite a few alien races that were as huge as mountains. Their bodies were emitting terrifying, monstrous killing intent. These killing intents were much stronger than that of the alien race from before. What's going on? There was a wave of panic in Nantion City. This was not a good thing for everyone in the city. Boom! Another loud sound rang out, and the entire Nantion City shook. A terrifying aura surged in from outside the city, causing countless cultivators in the city to feel inexplicably terrified. "You're courting death." A loud shout came from the city lord's residence. Then, a beam of divine light pierced through the void and pierced the alien beast that was attacking Nantion City outside the defensive formation. Roar! The exotic beast roared, and a blood-red light flashed. The figure had actually pierced through the exotic beast's body. Although the alien creature was powerful, it was still seriously injured and retreated. There was a cry of surprise from the city lord's residence. Someone was surprised that the blow did not kill the alien beast. At this time, countless alien races from outer space pounced on Nantion City. In the next moment, a dense sound of collisions was heard. The alien races directly hit the invisible shield formed by the power of the defensive formation. Suddenly, there was a bloody light, and countless wild alien beasts were directly shocked to death. They fell from the sky, and the smell of blood filled the air. It was nauseating. Countless cultivators in Nantion City were shocked to see this scene. These guys really don't want to live anymore. The power of the defensive formation was extremely powerful. It was definitely not easy to break the formation and kill their way in. Otherwise, the alien races from outer space would not have besieged the primordial ancestral planet for more than a decade and only made a move today. However, soon, the cultivators in the city found that the blood of the alien races could actually corrode the light shield formed by the power of the defensive formation. The cultivators in the city could not stay calm. No wonder these guys rushed up without a care for their lives. It turned out that there was something wrong with their blood. What should we do? Once these guys kill their way in, we'll all be finished. What are you afraid of? With the city lord here, what can these alien races do? However, although those who forced themselves to stay calm said that they were not afraid, they were extremely terrified. After all, everyone only had one life. If they died, everything would be over. At this time, on a planet tens of thousands of miles away from the primordial ancestral planet, Gu Fei stood above a ruin and looked at the primordial ancestral planet from afar. This ruin was surrounded by the smell of blood. Around the ruin, there were more than a dozen alien beasts lying on the ground. Without exception, these alien beasts had all been killed with a single blow. Naturally, Gu Fei was the only one who could do that. The alien races from outer space are attacking the primordial ancestral planet. Although Gu Fei was experienced and knowledgeable, he could not help but be shocked. There were too many alien races from outer space. The entire starry sky in front of him was filled with the figures of these alien races. No wonder these guys could sweep the entire star region. Let's wait and see. At this time, Gu Fei had already sensed Gu Ling's existence. His daughter was near the primordial ancestral planet. This was a kind of bloodline reaction. There was a teleportation formation on the planet where Gu Fei was. This teleportation formation could send people to the 4 great ancient cities of the primordial ancestral planet. However, the teleportation formation on this planet had already been destroyed. The location of the teleportation formation was right below Gu Fei. The teleportation formation had already been reduced to ruins. A great war broke out. All the alien races came out and attacked the 4 great sky cities at the same time. For a moment, The sky was filled with shouts and countless cultivators were shocked. The blood of the alien races could corrode the power of the Great Protective Formation. As time passed, the four great sky cities would not be able to hold on. The consequences would be dire. Kill. In Dongtian City, a door suddenly appeared on the light shield. Then, a group of soldiers charged out. Everywhere they passed, blood and flesh flew. The appearance of this divine army directly tore a gap in the countless extraterrestrial beasts. Once the killing formation of tens of thousands of Dongtian City's celestial soldiers was activated, even sages had to retreat. As the killing formation of tens of thousands of celestial soldiers swept across, countless alien beasts fell from the sky like dumplings. The scene was extremely bloody. However, no one sympathized with these xenorace experts because these xenorace experts were ferocious to the extreme. Everywhere they passed, all living beings in the starry sky would suffer calamity and be eaten by them. Compared to Dongtian City's attack, Nantian City, Northern City, and Western City all directly activated their great protective formations, allowing the alien beasts outside to attack wildly. Once the great protective formations of the four great sky cities were activated, they could communicate with the universe and draw in endless power. Mere alien beasts could not threaten the cultivators in the great sky cities at all. However, this time, there were extremely powerful exotic beasts among the exotic beasts. Whoosh! At that moment, an extremely sharp blood-colored light suddenly rushed out from the countless alien beasts and directly hit the light shield of Nantian City. The blood-colored light exploded. Although it did not corrode the light shield formed by the power of the Great Protective Formation, all the cultivators in the city were scared out of their wits. At that moment, among the countless alien races, beams of blood-colored light shot into the sky and fell toward Nantian City. The other three great sky cities did the same. The blood-colored light filled the sky and all fell toward the four great sky cities. Rumble. The four great sky cities kept shaking. Kacha. The sound of something breaking came from the sky above Nantian City. What? The thing that countless cultivators in the city feared the most had happened. Cracks appeared on the light shield. How could this be? Master, the Great Protective Formation is going to be broken? On the square of Nantian City, among the countless cultivators, Guling, Yan Menglong, and Zhao Hao stood in a corner. They looked very inconspicuous among the countless cultivators. Cough, cough. Guling suddenly coughed a few times. Her face was a little sallow, as if she was injured. Master, are you okay? Yan was shocked to see this. Damn the celestial humans. Menglong clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. It was the celestial humans who injured Guling. The celestial humans were a powerful race on the primeval ancestral planet. The reason why Guling was injured was because when she was training on the primeval ancestral planet, she fought with the young master of the celestial humans for a divine herb in a spiritual land. The young master of the celestial humans was no match for Guling and was forced to flee. However, the young master of the celestial humans called the masters of the clan to besiege Guling. In order to protect Yan and the others, Guling was injured by the masters of the celestial humans. Are you okay, senior sister? Zhao Hao asked worriedly. There were also people from the celestial clan in the square of Nantian City, but at this time, everyone's attention was on the barbaric beasts outside, so those guys from the celestial clan didn't notice Guling. I'm fine. I can feel that father is nearby. Guling suddenly said. What? Zhao Hao and the others were surprised and overjoyed. Master is nearby? How is that possible? Zhao Hao said in disbelief. However, Guling was never one to brag. If she said that her master was nearby, then her master must be nearby. Humph. The celestial humans are in trouble now that her master is here. The fact that the celestial humans had injured Guling had touched Gu Fei's bottom line. To Gu Fei, family was more important than anything else. Boom. Chapter 42-21. Nantian City on the primordial ancestral star had been breached. With an earth-shattering bang, a large hole was blasted in the protective divine light above Nantian City, and countless alien races immediately rushed into the hole. While everyone was still in shock, hundreds of alien beasts had rushed into Nantion City. "You're courting death." At this moment, a sneer came from the city lord's mansion. The next moment, countless sword lights rushed out of the mansion and instantly pierced through hundreds of alien beasts. The bodies of the alien beasts fell from the sky like dumplings. With just one blow, hundreds of alien beasts were killed instantly. This kind of sword principle cultivation was absolutely terrifying. Tianan City was an ancient city on the primordial ancestral star that guarded Tianan. It had existed for countless years, and the city lord, Emotiani, was extremely powerful. Emotiani also had a frightening identity. He was actually the sword master of the Nantion sword faction. The Tianan sword principle is really powerful. Someone could not help but exclaim when he saw this scene. The countless sword lights instantly pierced through the bodies of hundreds of alien beasts. Everyone felt the temperature around them drop. One sword light froze the world. At this time, Tianan City was in chaos. Countless cultivators rushed toward the city lord's mansion because the city lord could protect them. To become the city lord of an ancient city like Nantion City, he must have extraordinary abilities. The Nantion sword faction was one of the strongest forces in the southern territory of the primordial ancestral star. Boom! At this time, a shocking sound came from the sky. Countless Tao patterns intertwined in the sky, and the big hole in the sky was repairing itself and gradually becoming smaller. Roar! The roars of the alien beasts were earth-shattering. Compared to the countless alien beasts, the hundreds of alien beasts that had just been killed were negligible. At this time, the overwhelming alien beasts rushed toward Nantion City. They wanted to rush into Nantion City and enjoy the blood and flesh. Countless cultivators in Nantion City were shocked when they saw this scene. Once the alien beasts came in, many people would die. Just as the alien beasts were about to rush into Tianan City through the big hole in the sky, a figure appeared in front of the big hole. That is, everyone in the city looked at the figure in the sky in shock. That person was dressed in white and had a slender figure. He carried an ancient sword on his back and gave off an otherworldly aura. Could it be Emo Tianxiong from the Emo family? Someone in the city exclaimed. Emo Tianxiong was Emo Tiani's younger brother. His cultivation level was close to his elder brother's. This Emo clan does have some ability. In a corner of the square in front of the city lord mansion, Guling said indifferently. She had been injured and hadn't fully recovered. Compared to Master, what is the Emo family? Zhao Hao said indifferently. Everyone nodded in agreement. There was no doubt about Gu Fei's strength. At this moment, Emo Tianxiong, who was in the sky, made his move. He waved his right hand in the void, and in the next moment, countless swords rushed out from his body. Each sword light was powerful enough to tear the void of heaven and earth. The next moment, countless wild beasts fell from the sky, most of them smashing into the city. At this time, the atmosphere in Tianan City was extremely tense. Emo Tianxiong had actually single-handedly blocked countless otherworldly beasts that were charging towards him. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned. However, soon, a huge beast claw directly reached out from the depths of the starry sky, directly falling towards Nantion City. Boom! With a loud noise, the beast claw directly slammed into the protective formation of Nantion City. In the next moment, countless cracks appeared on the light shield that enveloped the entire Nantion City, as if it could collapse at any time. The most powerful existence among the otherworldly beasts finally made a move. The attack just now was only a test. Emo Tianxiong was directly smacked down from the sky by the beast claw. Boom! Emo Tianxiong directly smashed a pavilion as he fell from the sky, causing dust to fly everywhere. Let's go together and stop the beasts. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked out of the city lord mansion, staring at the otherworldly beasts in the sky with a gloomy expression. Kill. The dozen experts behind the middle-aged man did not hesitate and immediately rushed up from behind him, roaring, "Roar!" At this moment, more than a dozen extremely powerful beast kings appeared in the sky. A brawny man who looked like a black iron tower directly collided with a beast king that was charging at him. In the next moment, the beast king was directly sent flying. and the sound of bones breaking could be heard from its body. With a boom, it directly smashed into the protective light shield like a cannonball, and then fell to the ground. What? Everyone was shocked. This brawny man's physical body was actually so strong that he could actually contend with the beast kings of the otherworldly beasts. At this moment, the brawny man was like a tiger that had entered a flock of sheep. All they saw was him smashing the head of a beast king into its chest with a palm strike, and with a shoulder strike, he directly sent another beast king flying with blood spurting from its mouth. Then, with a flip of his right hand, a ghost-head broadsword appeared in his hand. With a flash of the broadsword, 2 beast kings' heads flew up. In just an instant, in just 2 breaths, this brawny man had killed 4 major beast kings. This was simply a miracle. The beast kings of the otherworldly tribes were too weak in front of this brawny man. At this moment, the other beast kings were stunned by the combat strength displayed by the brawny man who looked like a black iron tower. How is this possible? The other beast kings stared at the brawny man in front of them, and their pupils involuntarily shrank. The combat strength displayed by the brawny man had far exceeded their expectations. Come over and die. The brawny man crooked his finger at the remaining beast kings and said coldly. A cold, murderous intent emanated from his body, and the surrounding temperature rapidly dropped. Such a strong, murderous nature. Countless cultivators in Tianan City were inexplicably shocked. Only those demons who were numb to killing could erupt with such a strong, murderous nature. This brawny man was definitely not a demon. Little guy. A wave of divine will was transmitted, and the brawny man's expression immediately changed. Although this brawny man was shocked, he knew that these beast kings were not to be trifled with. This brawny man was very strong, and when his strength reached a certain level, he could ignore the lack of a cultivation level. This was the so-called one strong man can defeat 10 skilled men. Roar. The remaining 7 beast kings roared at the same time and rushed toward the brawny man. At the same time, some of the beast kings directly opened their mouths and spat out poisonous flames at the brawny man. At this moment, the others retreated to the side and watched the battle from the side. The brawny man, Taijan, directly slashed with his saber. At this moment, an exotic beast king covered in golden scales charged forward. Clang! The divine saber in Taijan's hand slashed the beast king's body fiercely. He only felt a wave of power rebound, and the place where he was slashed did not even leave a mark. Taijan's saber slashed a second time. Clang! The saber in his hand actually broke into 2, but the beast king was not injured at all. Everyone was inexplicably shocked. This beast king was actually so strong that it was impervious to swords and spears. Even Taijan could not break through the scales on this beast king's body. Taijan threw away the broken half of the saber in his hand, then clenched his 5 fingers and punched at the beast king. Bang! Taijan's fist collided with the beast king, producing a muffled sound like thunder. A powerful wave of yuan qi immediately spread out in all directions with the 2 experts as the center. Roar! The beast king roared angrily, and an even more powerful wave of energy erupted from its body. At this moment, Taijan took a step forward and instantly caught up to the beast king that was sent flying. He then punched out, and an explosive sound immediately rang out in the void. This was the sound produced by the rapid movement of the fist, which shook the void. It was enough to show how fast Taijan's punch was. Bang! A muffled sound was accompanied by the beast king's miserable cry. With a boom, the beast king was directly sent flying tens of thousands of feet away. Everyone was stunned by this scene. The wind has risen. At this moment, Mo Tianxiong rushed out. He used his finger as a sword and waved it 7 times without anyone noticing. 7 invisible sword qis blew past like a light breeze, attacking the 7 beast kings at the same time. The sword qis spread out tens of thousands of feet. How is this possible? Is he actually a quasi-supreme? An old man in the city murmured to himself in shock. If he knew that Mo Tianxiong's sword qis could spread out tens of thousands of miles when he went all out, he would probably be stunned. Mo Tianxiong was very strong, but the beast kings were not to be trifled with. His sword chi slashed at the beast kings, but they could not break through their defenses. He was the second strongest expert in Nantion City, but he could not do anything to these beast kings. Bang! 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 At this moment, heavy footsteps rang out, like a hammer pounding on everyone's hearts. The 9-foot-tall Emotiani walked out of the city lord's residence. He strode forward, leaving a deep footprint on the ground with every step he took. He was like a huge mountain, pressing down on the beast kings in the sky. Chapter 42-22. The alien tribes had turned out in full force to invade the primordial ancestral star. Countless alien beasts covered the entire starry sky and surrounded the huge primordial ancestral star. The primordial ancestral star was so huge that an astonishing number of alien beasts would be needed to surround the entire primordial ancestral star. Gu Fei had been watching from afar. He was not in a hurry to make a move. In fact, as soon as he arrived near the primordial ancestral star, he had sensed an extremely powerful but extremely obscure aura in Nantion City. Gu Fei was once an eternal realm invincible master, so his perception was very strong. Of course, Gu Fei could sense the existence of the other party, but the other party could not sense the existence of Gu Fei. This was Gu Fei's advantage. At this time, Nantion City was finally breached by the alien tribes. The 12 alien beast kings made a strong appearance, but Taijan alone killed 4 beast emperors. Of course, the 4 beast emperors killed by Taijan were the weakest beast kings, not the strongest beast emperors. As for the beast emperor that Mo Tianxiong was fighting, it was the true king of beasts. Its entire body was covered in golden scales, giving it an astonishing defensive power. Even a sacred artifact would find it difficult to leave a mark on it. Boom! One of the 7 exotic beast kings, a scarlet-furred exotic beast king, let out a furious roar. A terrifying ball of divine fire erupted from its body. A saint fighting with this alien beast king was directly swallowed by the divine fire. The saint only let out a scream before he was burned to death. All the saints in the vicinity gasped when they witnessed this scene, and they hurriedly moved aside. This was a divine fire that could burn saints to death. The Crimson Flame Beast was one of the top experts among the 12 alien beast kings. As soon as it attacked, half the sky was burned red. It was extremely terrifying. The remaining 7 alien beast kings were extremely powerful. The 4 alien beast kings killed by Taijan could not be compared to them. These 7 alien beast kings were the kings of beasts. As a result, the saints of Nantion City were unlucky. The Crimson Flame Beast, the Gold Essence Beast, and the Violent Ape were all capable subordinates of the otherworldly beast sovereign. The Outer Sky Beast was peerless and powerful. Since ancient times, it had always wanted to invade the primordial ancestral star and conquer the entire primordial ancestral star. It wanted to conquer the world and become invincible. However, the waters of the mortal dimension were extremely deep. Since ancient times until now, there seemed to be no one capable of becoming an invincible existence in the mortal dimension. At that moment, the 7 exotic beast kings forced the experts of Nantion City to retreat. The Crimson Flame Beast, in particular, was extremely ferocious. The Metal Essence Beast, on the other hand, had its eyes on Mo Tianxiong. It was hard to tell who would emerge victorious in a short period of time. The Violent Ape stared at Taijan. Just as the saints of Nantion City retreated, Nantion City Lord Emotiani finally made his move. Boom! With a wave of Emotiani's hand, the Metal Essence Beast that was fighting Mo Tianxiong was immediately sent flying. Its body, which was surrounded by golden light, actually exploded. When the other exotic beast kings saw this scene, they were all stunned. The Metal Essence Beast was their boss. If even their boss was no match for it, then they were even less capable. "I'll send you on your way," Emotiani said as he stretched out his right hand. A ball of divine light rushed out of his hand. With a bang, the ball of divine light exploded. 7 streaks of shocking sword chi directly pierced through the 7 exotic beast kings at an extremely fast speed. Emotiani was the swordmaster of the Nantion sword sect. Most of his cultivation was based on that sword. At that moment, there was a flash of blood. The 7 exotic beast kings were all hit. One of the exotic beast kings screamed and fell from the sky. Just as the exotic beast king fell into the city, its corpse was snatched clean in the next moment. This was just one move from Emotiani. Even so, the 7 exotic beast kings were still seriously injured. Roar! An earth-shattering roar came from the horizon. A huge figure appeared in the starry sky. The figure was much larger than the stars. The figure was quickly moving toward the primordial ancestral star. An extremely powerful pressure spread out in all directions. At that moment, only the metal essence beast, the roaring flame beast, and the violent ape escaped. The other exotic beast kings had already died under Emotiani's attack. "Oomph! You think you can escape?" Emotiani sneered. He directly turned into an immortal sword light and soared into the sky. In an instant, he caught up with the metal essence beast. The next moment, the divine light directly passed through the metal essence beast's body. Then, there was nothing. Golden blood sprinkled from the sky. An unpleasant smell of blood filled the air. The immortal sword light fell from the sky and turned into a human figure. "You're courting death." The gigantic beast directly slapped its palm towards Emotiani. A violent force surged down from that huge palm, causing the void to tremble. "Oomph!" Emotiani once again turned into a sword light and soared into the sky. He directly pierced through the big hand and blood splattered. The giant beast was enraged to the extreme. Gufei had killed 12 of its divine generals one after another. Only the violent ape and the roaring flame beast were left. Its heart was bleeding. The beast Venerable of the foreign tribe finally attacked. The beast Shadow transformed into a human form. It was a young man with a head of white hair. This young man was the beast Venerable of the foreign tribe. He was extremely powerful. His right hand was dripping blood. At that moment, the white-haired beast Venerable roared angrily and pushed his feet on the ground. With a bang, the ground under his feet immediately sank, forming a big pit. The next moment, he shot up into the sky like an arrow. With one leap, he jumped thousands of feet. Under everyone's extremely shocked gazes, he directly rushed toward Emotiani. At that moment, Gufei also came nearby. He did not show himself and could only watch the battle from the side. Emotiani directly retreated. "Oomph! You don't dare to fight me? Then I'll kill all your subordinates." As he spoke, the white-haired beast Venerable directly rushed into the tens of thousands of soldiers of Nantion City and attacked without restraint. With a sweep of his hand, the saber light soared for 1,000 feet, and the thousands of armored soldiers in front of him were cut in half. Then, he directly sent dozens of soldiers flying with a backhand slap. Then, he leaped up and directly stomped a general into the ground. The white-haired beast Venerable was like a tiger that had entered a flock of sheep. With a wave of his hand, a large number of soldiers were either killed or injured. In just the time of 5 breaths, tens of thousands of soldiers of Nantion City had been directly killed by him. The generals who were leading the troops were scared out of their wits. They had never seen such a powerful and ferocious person. He was actually able to fight against an army with his own strength. "Retreat. Retreat quickly." Several generals immediately ordered a retreat. How could they still fight? "It's too late. Go to hell." The white-haired beast Venerable roared angrily and directly charged towards a general. Wherever he passed, it was like an ancient giant elephant running wildly, and all the soldiers in his way were knocked away. He directly rushed to the front of the general and raised his hand. With a chop of his hand, the general's head flew into the air. The white-haired beast Venerable was like a peerless god of slaughter that had descended into the world. In less than 10 breaths, he had actually killed tens of thousands of soldiers and scattered them in disorder. Run. The soldiers of Nantion City were defeated. The remaining soldiers were already scared out of their wits and directly fled in all directions. The white-haired beast Venerable took a deep breath, and all the primordial chi in his body surged like a raging sea. Powerful primordial chi waves spread from his body, causing sand and stones to fly and the sun and moon to lose their light. Heavenly Sword 10 kills, first strike, killing of wind and cloud. At that moment, Emotiani exhaled and shouted. The next moment, a storm of sword chi rushed out of his body and slashed at the white-haired beast Venerable. With Emotiani at the center, the area within a radius of several thousand feet was a mess, as if it had been blown by a storm. The ground was covered with densely packed sword marks. The powerful sword chi could not hurt the white-haired beast Venerable at all. Everything where the white-haired beast Venerable stood was destroyed. Apart from the beast Venerable, even the surrounding trees and rocks were smashed by the storm-like sword chi. The two fellows were evenly matched, and neither could do anything to the other. It was very difficult to determine a winner. At that moment, Emotiani's heart was bleeding. These were the soldiers of Tiannan that he had painstakingly trained, but today, they had been beaten to a pulp. Go to hell. Emotiani roared madly and attacked the white-haired beast Venerable again. Powerful sword Wei power erupted, and every sword light tore through the void. However, a ball of divine light emerged from the white-haired beast Venerable's body and blocked all the sword lights. Emotiani was inexplicably shocked. Even the spectators were dumbfounded. The white-haired beast Venerable had actually cultivated such a mystique. Wouldn't it be invincible in the world? It was unbelievable that someone as strong as Emotiani, the sword master of the Southern Sky Sword sect, could not break the defense of the white-haired beast Venerable. If they had not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it. In particular, Emotiani's Sky Sword Tinslaughters was a cultivation technique that he had created himself. It was a quasi-supreme cultivation technique. In the human realm, as long as the supremes did not appear, it was already a top-notch cultivation technique. This was only the first move of the Sky Sword Tinslaughters, and it was just a starting move, but its power was earth-shattering. However, such a powerful move could not do anything to the white-haired beast Venerable. This shocked and angered him. This was his strongest move. Gufei saw this scene from afar and shook his head. Emotiani's sword was still lacking. If he could comprehend it, he would be able to reach the sky in a single bound. He did not want to give Emotiani pointers on the sword. At that moment, the two experts started fighting again. This time, they were fighting with their lives on the line. However, the white-haired beast Venerable possessed a near-invincible mystique. No matter how Emotiani attacked, he could not break through the defense of the white-haired beast Venerable. The white-haired beast Venerable was already in an invincible position. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.